Okay. I'd fucking auto. God damn it. Alright, let's lock the fuck in. I need to turn the volume down. The volume is very loud. I'm actually going to turn Spotify off because I want to hear the game sounds. Making me watch his stream. True. You are being legally forced to be here.
After so long, Master, it is time. The Harbinger's failure has opened the way. The vast power she placed within this
lock in, start the 50-hour training dummy boss. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna do some level of training dummy stuff today, but I also just want to fuck around because a handful of it I need to actually just experience the game. I need to do, like, I'm pretty sure there's some dungeons up, right? Oh, maybe not. Are there not dungeons? I thought there was dungeons up. Let's advance to a higher level. Yeah, I might need to do some of the campaign to unlock the dungeons. So, we'll see. But I would like to actually try some actual combat to see what the actual healing feels like, right? Like, I also need to fuck around with the UI stuff because I use very heavily add-on UI and I need to get used to using not add-on UI. Obviously in the default build, dude. The default build stuff gets fixed so much later. Like, that's not a thing. All my keybinds are not copied over, which means my macros aren't copied over. Oh, boy. Okay. What the fuck do I need to turn on? Dude, I have not done stuff, like, with base default UI in so fucking long. Care about the personal resource display. I'm gonna have to fuck with a bunch of stuff here, but for now... Oh, the keybinds themselves came over. I have to fix all the actual buttons, but the keybinds themselves came over. Is the new build out? I'm not sure. I didn't check what the build number was from yesterday, so I'm assuming this is the new build, but I don't know 100%. I didn't check the build number. Why is my fucking zoom not bound? I can't zoom out. Let's grab a mount and go to the training dummy for now. Random alpha mount, random alpha mount. What do I want to use on alpha? gonna Sandstone Drake. No, none of my... How do I actually use the skywriting abilities now? Where do those show up? Skywriting flight style, skywriting. Ah, here's all the skywriting abilities. Okay. Sure. Okay. Some of my bars are fucked up. How much damage does Smite do compared to Penance? Well, here, so Smite... 460, 476, 520, 559, 579. Keep in mind this is with Greater Smite, so it's doing a little bit more damage because I am talented in Greater Smite right now. And then Penance is slightly less, but about similar per bolt. And dot ticks are 167 a dot tick. He says like he's gonna be flying places and not glued to org. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. Non-crit penance bolt's basically doing the same as one smite, yeah. Yeah. Okay. What was I doing? Keybinds. I need to fix all my keybinds. Where the fuck is everything? Where the fuck did I put my T keybind? Am I missing a bar I usually use? I think I'm missing a bar I usually use. Action bars. No, none of those have binds. I can just re-keybind. This can become T, sure. Smite, smite, smite. We love smite. We do love smite. Let's see. Not talented into plea, am I? No. Need to talent into that. I was talented into 1 point of Greater Smite. Let's just put random points in for now, so I have buttons. Let's see. Dominate Mind. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Don't care about that. Take Surge. Is Surge plus the Surge improvement better than Holy Nova plus Light Burst? That might not be the case. Guess the thing to check would be how you actually check what current atonement values are as you go past 5. Yeah, I'll do that later. I don't plan on dealing with that right now. That is annoying to check, and I'm going to need a bunch of people to help me check that. Guys, should I talent into these under construction nodes? Thoughts? Okay, I haven't even fucked with the talent points over here. I'm obviously not gonna leave this as is, but I at the very least want to get these. The rabbit icons, yeah. Alright, dude, I need to remember what all my fucking keybinds are. This is bad. Look, I can spam Powered Radiance. Woo. What's Plea versus Flash Heal mana cost? Flash Heal is 900 mana, Plea is 1100. So Plea is more expensive than Flash Heal. Plea heals for 590, Flash Heal heals for 3,269, and the only difference is that Plea is instant, whereas Flash Heal is a GCD cast. Oh, you're right. I had Surge up. I had Surge. Yep. 1,800. Punished for moving. Yeah, true. But yeah, it's 1,100 versus 1,800. Penance is 800. Mind Blast is 750. Am I talented into the increased Mind Blast mana? No, I'm not. So Mind Blast will be a little bit more than that with the Mind Blast talent. Smite is 200. Shadow Word Pain is 900. Death is 250. Be how much mana do I have? 50,000, yeah. Did I see something correctly there? Hey. Oh, no, never mind. I thought I saw something wrong. Okay, what am I missing? Line Soothe. Yeah, that needs to... That's also not bound. I'll have to rebind that. Levitate. Mass Res can go over here. God, that's about it, huh? Does this auto swap to barrier if I swap this? It does. Cool. Okay. God, what do we even want to test small? There's so much shit to test, dude. This is the best part where we have a million things to test and I have no idea where I want to fucking start. What do we want to start with? Oh, my fucking thing is ordered wrong and my chat cover isn't. There we go. Please serve my Void Blasts. You're in the car on the way to the mall. Okay. Well, let me here. I can go Void Weaver, and I can show you Void Blast. Okay. New improved PvP talent. Yeah, fuck you. All right, what is the actual percentages on this? Casting Smite increases the casting speed and damage of Smite by 20%, stacking up to 2 times. So when I throw out a Rift, this is 1.3. Cast it twice. Ah, yes. Greater Smite is weird, man. Do we like Greater Smite? I don't think we do. It's really strong, but I don't like it. Is the spell Q bug still there? Yep. Spell Q bug is still there. But no. Void Weaver likes it. I know it's strong. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just thinking it's going to be obnoxious to player. I mean, look at the... You get no fucking... Like, if I'm sitting here spamming Smite and I want to then immediately go to a Penance and then back, it's gone. You're losing it. There's no... You get no globals. Even delaying... Like, even if I sit here and delay a cast for a half a second and then go back into it, it's almost going to drop. Like, you get no time. Like, I think the ramping is fine, but, like, would we rather... like 4 stacks, 5% each, but it lasts 6 seconds? Like, make it a longer ramp, but give you a little bit of time to play around it, right? Instead of just straight up 2 stacks, big percentage per stack, 2 seconds and it falls off. You have to just, like, I don't know. You would have guessed a covered Penance? Yeah, like, it's, you just get no time here. Because, like, can I get this up? Can I throw out my Void Shield here and then go back and keep it? No, I lost it there. Like, I can't, I can barely get a single GCD in and then without losing it. Welcome back, Smite Turret, yeah. 3 stacks, 15% each. Well, it's, what is it right now? Is it 20%? I said 4 with 5%. Or I guess it would be 4 with 10% each. Keep it the same overall percentage. It goes up to 40%, but just make it more stacks with a longer window. So, like, it takes longer to stack up, but it's easier to keep it stacked up. But then do we want, like, that maintenance window of, like, oh, I have to weave smites every once in a while to keep my stacks up? Like, would we rather it be this really short where you just have to accept that it falls off? Because that's the danger. If we ask for a longer window, then you're introducing kind of like a maintenance window, right? Where, like, you have to weave smites to keep it up so it doesn't fall. Personally, think we want it to fall off. Yeah, I mean, that's an argument. I'm not 100%. Like, I feel like maybe I want to test it a bunch to see which way I would prefer. Because it might just be something where you just want it to fall off and just deal with the fact that you have to restack it every time because you don't. I feel like having one GCD in between would be nice to be able to, like if I want to be able to throw out Penance on cooldown, right? I want to be able to, if that Penance procs a Void Shield, I want to be able to throw out a Void Shield in between without it falling off. But I don't know if I don't know if it should be long enough where we can feasibly, like, be throwing out multiple Radiances and then go back to Smite without it falling off, because then you get into this weird maintenance requirement. 1 GCD minimum, yeah. I think if they bumped it up to 3 seconds, do we think that's enough, or do we think that's still not enough? Like, where is the sweet spot of needs to be longer, but not so long that you get into this, like, maintenance gameplay cycle? Either we spam Smite right now because we have nothing to do, or weaving a Smite to keep the buff up becomes a thing. Yeah, minigames, yeah. 4 seconds keeping it at 2 stacks feels fine. Yeah. 4 works. Yeah, I mean, that gives you enough time to do a GCD and then do another 2-stack Smite cast with a little bit of latency included and not lose the stack. I think that's fair. Small minigame for 2% throughput. I mean, there's no way this is a 2% throughput node for Voidweaver, man. Like, for Oracle, sure, but for Voidweaver, there's no way it's a 2%. That has to be bigger. I mean, that's a huge cast time reduction too. Like, not even talking the 40% damage. Like, the cast time on that is fucking insane. I can see it being small for Oracle, but there's no way it's that small for Voidweaver. Exaggerating, yeah. Yeah, you can't even. Yeah, I think you need to be able to get a penance off. I think that's, especially first tier of the season when haste is low. Yeah. I just dislike it. It gives me TE vibes. I told you, Small. I'm gonna the very first feedback post. I'm gonna title the post, "We want Twilight Equilibrium back." That's what it's gonna say. It's just gonna say, "We want Twilight," and then the whole post is gonna be talking about how we loved Twilight Equilibrium and we want it back. So S-Fiend. Well, right now it's not because I'm not talented into it. I need to figure out where I haven't. This is literally their like default build, except I moved blaze points down to here to test the Apex talents. I need to figure out. I have no idea where we even want to go with this talent build right now. So let me reset the whole raid tree. Let's walk through this. Why is Small in YouTube chat? Tell that freak to get his ass in here. Small Priest, you've been summoned to Twitch chat instead of YouTube chat. All right, how the fuck do we want to do the tree here? I haven't put. We didn't. No ICPA. Okay. Tell whoever that is he smells. Okay, can we not start a YouTube versus Twitch chat argument? We have alpha to play. Okay, let's discuss. Top-down best way to do a tree. Yes, thank you. That was very insightful. How do we want to do clearly skipping Radiance? Yes, we're going to do the Radiance-less build. But then we're still going to talent into Evangelism. We're just not going to have a button to use it with. Is that possible? Can we do that? Hold on. I'm just going to take random points here. Please pay no mind to the points that I'm actually clicking. Random points. Okay. Excellent. I have an Evangelism plus Radiance-less build. Okay. So I can press this, and then it does nothing. Because I don't have Radiance talented. Excellent. Okay. This is very good to know you can do this. I don't know why I bothered doing that, but okay. How do we want to actually build this tree? Obviously, we're taking all the Radiance points, and we're going Enduring Luminescence because Bright People is just bad now with current Radiance. Is Pet 3 minutes baseline or 1.5? It is 3 minutes baseline. So that is, yeah. Oh, I need to see how Void Wraith interacts with it, but yeah, I mean, it's back to 3 minute baseline with 1 minute Mindbender. We do not have any pet CDR. I need to see how hard it hits, because I need to see if it's actually a significant cooldown on its own again. What else are we taking? We're taking Pain Set, Protector of the Frail, and Barrier. We're taking Power of the Dark Side. We are taking Dark Indulgence. I'm gonna skip the dot spread points. I'm gonna assume like a single target build here for a second for like single target raid. So we're going to take those points. We're obviously taking Lenience. We probably want Painful Punishment. And just to get pathing to Shadow Tap and Occultist. I don't know how good Abyssal Revelry is anymore. It might not be good. We want that. We probably want Holy Ray and Purge the Wicked. We want Evangelism. And then from here, there's some options. you probably go Divine Possession. What do we need to spend? We need to spend 2 more points. I mean, I guess assuming this is a raid build, we're taking Plea, yeah. Which gives us 1 more point. AR low-key needed? No. I mean, is it? Remember, your penance isn't Shadow anymore. Curious if Shield Disc works on all 3 Void Shields. True. It's a little hard to... I'm going to wait a little bit for testing some of the group content stuff when I have other people I can test with, but... fuck AR for now. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I have, that AR is probably pretty bad now with penance not being Shadow anymore. So I have a feeling you're just going to path into Occultist and down and skip pathing into Abyssal Reverie. Not playing Void Weaver. Yeah, I mean, for Void Weaver, obviously it's probably a little bit better, but I was planning on testing as Oracle first, not Void Weaver. Abyssal Reverie is probably a little bit better from a Void Weaver perspective. That just becomes a numbers thing if it outvalues other things on the tree. But from an Oracle perspective, my assumption is Abyssal Reverie is probably pretty bad. I don't even know where do you... I guess you don't need to path... where do you spend the last point? 1 point borrowed time? Yeah, you could do 1 point borrowed time. I kind of want to just talent into Sanctuary for now, because with the like that's a pretty big number. I kind of want to just see how much BT is good. Yeah, I know. Sanctuary got buffed a lot, so I kind of want to put the point in Sanctuary for now and just kind of see how that is. Preset, yeah, I know. I'm assuming that it's probably going to be BT points over anything else eventually, but for now, yeah, Sanctuary got buffed by 80%. I would like to try it. Because, I mean, just the initial glance, I mean, the preventing 760 damage, like, that's, what, like 120% of what my smite, or 130% of what my smite was even hitting for? And that's assuming, like, a 60% transfer rate. Like, that's ignoring versatility and mastery. Like, that's a decent amount of absorb. Obviously, a lot of that is going to go into the tank absorbing it, but it's a decent absorb. Where do we go from here? I want to talent into the pet because I want to see how it works with Void Wraith real quick. So at the very least, I'm going to take these 2 points. Castigation, we need to take 100%. Does Atonement Exfil Rate update live on the tooltip as you apply atonements, or did you not check it? I didn't check yet because I need to find enough people. I think more and more people have been showing up to the training dummies here, so I'll see if there's enough people for me to get over 5. As Oracle, I don't really think we care about Greater Smite as Oracle, do we? I'm not 100% sure what our, you know, what our actual breakdown is going to be as Oracle from a HPS perspective to know how much value buffing Smite is at this point. There's a raid boss up for testing? Oh, shit. Okay. We're going to go here, 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 here. No, this looks stupid. Is Harsh Disc even... I mean, you have to path through something. Shadowman blocking HD is very awkward for Oracle. Yeah. 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 I mean, it could be like this for Oracle. I mean, you want these points as well for Oracle. Is the last talent point good? The talent that was the PvP talent before. Good, yes. Numerically, it is very strong. Do I like it? No, I think it's horrible. I do not enjoy playing around Inner Light and Shadow, but it is numerically extremely strong. This is level 80 still, right? Yes. Yes, I am 4 points short, which means in an actual build, you'll still have like the ability to go all the way down this side as well. So you are going to have 4 extra points here. I am playing 4 points short right now. If you don't path HD, you drop Shadowmen, surely? Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's a pretty significant upgrade to your single target. I don't know what the proc rate is, though. Like, I don't know how often it's going to be up. I need to see what the RPPM is. I believe 1 Greater Smite would be handy. Yeah, I mean, again, I need to see, like, what percentage of our HPS is actually going to be Smite in an overall breakdown, right? Like, everything's been rebalanced, so... You got a dip small? All right, see you later. I think for now, I'm going to put this in, because I want to try Actually, yeah. Let me just take the Shadowman point out. I mean, what do you even put it in? Just there for now. Sorry, just responding to a couple people. Okay. Let me just do this for now. So... Okay, so this is a 3-minute Void Wraith. If Crater Smite plus Sanctuary actually turned out to be real. I mean, it very well could. We need to look at all the numbers in regards to how everything's kind of turned out. It absolutely could. Okay, this motherfucker better have hands. Yeah, a 3-minute Void Wraith is... So, alright, let me just do... I'm gonna get some screenshots of the combat log here. So, let me just get Atonement on myself. Actually, I should go into the Rift. Yeah, it's, yeah, and that's a full health target too, by the way. That's a full health target. That's a 3-minute cooldown for a handful of extra smites. I'll withhold judgment for now. I'll withhold judgment for now, but that seems rough. Because remember, it's going to be weaker on lower health targets. The Void Wraith scales based on maximum HP. So the fact that it's basically hitting smite for smite value. How hard the Mindbender hits? Yeah. Let me just move this point over to Mindbender for now. Wait. I'm still talented in Void Wraith, yeah? It's with Inner Shadow as well? Yeah, it's with Inner Shadow as well. Do you not get Void Wraith? Alpha. Okay. I think we're gonna just wait for a second until Void Wraith Knave. What's it compared to standard? Yeah, I wanted to test the Mindbender first, and then I was gonna check standard real quick by typing Void Wraith. What I'm guessing is that it's probably still on cooldown and it's not updating correctly when you swap between Shadowfiend and Mindbender, so we probably just have to wait a minute or two. It's probably just a visual bug that it's not swapping to the correct tooltip, so it's not showing that it's actually on cooldown still. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I need to double check a couple people while I give that a second. The Juicy Sanctuary Absorb? Yeah. Stacks to 3798. What's Plea versus Flash Heal spell power? Is the spell even remotely good, or is it just renew but instant healing? So Plea is 590. Flash heal is 3269, so it's just plea, or it's just renew, but instant healing instead of heal over time. That's all it is. Okay, let me see if... Yeah, so there we go. Okay, so it's still the Void Wraith, it's just the tooltip is fucked. So what is that hitting for? That's hitting for like 439, 445, 429. So we'll just say like 430 average. $100 damage less than what the Fiend was? Yeah, probably. Let me switch back to Fiend in a second. Bender taking a bender on Shadow Fiend, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that definitely looks rough for Shadow Fiend right now, but we'll see. I mean, something that you have to remember that's, like, beneficial for the pets is that even if they're a little bit weaker, it's still one of the only actual buttons we can take that actually gives us something to stack in a burst window, right? Like, they pruned a lot of stuff out. Like, we don't have premonitions to use in a CD window anymore. Uppies is harder to take and not super amazing and still a 4-minute cooldown. Like, you just don't have a lot of options to actually use in a burst window. So even if it's not, like, an insane button, it is still something you can layer into your cooldowns. Does it beat me spending 3 points in Penance Talents instead? Well, remember, you can just get Shadow Fiend on its own for a single point. Like, you're gonna go into Occultist anyway. Does it beat me pressing Smite with Sanctuary? I mean, again, you can pet and Smite with Sanctuary at the same time. Like, that's the point. It's one of the very few points that you can actually do at the same that you can have running at the same time. They said they want it less bursty, but this seems kind of extreme for a first pass. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna withhold judgment until I actually get to do some content and see what's going on, but they definitely have pulled numbers back. So let me tail it back out of the Mindbender for a second. So what did we say? We said 430 average. $520 or $537, $531, crit, 531, crit, 515. So like 90 damage more per auto on Shadow Fiend for 3 times the cooldown. And then I'm going to talent out of Void Wraith. Does IT scale with pet type? I don't know, I'll check in a second. So this is regular Shadow Fiend. Regular Shadow Fiend is hitting for 212. Which, if I'm not... yeah, regular Shadow Fiend's autos are less than a dot tick. I don't... Should a 3-minute cooldown's auto attacks be less than a Shadow Word Pain Tick? It's just an oversight at that point? Yeah, probably. It's a little rough. That's a hard question, sir. True. I need to wait for it to come back off cooldown one more time so I can put a point in Mindbender. I need to see base Mindbender. And then I'll look at IT values. Um, 15 minutes waiting to test feed interactions, yeah. God save the fiend. What else can I look at while I'm waiting for fucking fiend cooldown? Dude, surely they're gonna change stuff with uppies, right? Like, surely they're not gonna leave uppies as is. They must. Clearly, fiend would do more damage if you were in the correct aura. What are you talking about, man? I'm in the Inner Shadow aura. Look at that pet summon from death. Dude, no death and madness is weird. Oh, that's what I wanted to test. Penance is 800 mana, 720. So it does. So Penance, because of the fact that it counts as a healing spell, has the mana reduced by being an inner light. I don't know why that really matters, but maybe the intention is for you to have a decent Evang and then barrier for its second CD, or take uppies and have a big Evang. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't really know if I like the idea of uppies just supposed to be something you only use as a Evang multiplier. It seems kind of odd, but... Oh, mana cost reduction during Evang? Yeah, okay. So, Radiance here is what? If you want to write down the numbers here, it's 2430 in Inner Light. Actually, here, baseline, it's 2700. And then in Inner Light and Evang, it is 1458. And Evang no Inner Light, it is 1620. So we can check the numbers on that in a minute, but those are the raw numbers. Okay, do the math, guys. I love it worked. All right, I can be in Mindbender now. They can tune uppies to just heal everyone around you directly, I suppose, but that doesn't feel very disky. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a couple ways to do it, right? Like, either you reduce the cooldown and force you to actually like play around it with your own atonement application, and it's just like a damage cooldown that you have access to like every 2 minutes. Or if they want to leave it at a 4-minute window where it's like this immensely powerful 4-minute CD, it probably should just like either treat everybody in the raid as having atonement, or just apply atonement to the whole group and just have it be this one button cooldown. It's just in this awkward situation where it's a 4-minute cooldown that doesn't work on its own, so you need to like ramp around it, which is like promoting using it with Evang, which is awkward because then like I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of its design right now. I think there's easy ways to fix it, but I'm not a huge fan of the design right now. What's contrition healing? That's a good question. Fuck, I don't have my macros set up right. Do we not? Is contrition gone? Didn't we have a passive show up in here for it? Yeah, 108, but why did they not show... I thought it showed in our spellbook, did it not? Am I stupid? Shouldn't it show in our spellbook as a passive? Should be on Penance baseline tooltip, did they? Oh, it does. Okay. When did they put that on there? I thought we had a passive for it. It is on the Penance tooltip. You guys are right. Yeah, I know they reworked it independent. I just didn't realize they put it on the Penance tooltip. I thought we had a passive for it. Watching Planet stream, getting an ad of a man getting his private parts shaved. Yeah. Yep. Okay. What did I want to look at? I want to look at Mindbender regular damage. 151 on a regular Mindbender. Yeah, they're pretty low tuning. We'll see. I'm just gonna wait for that to come back up again real quick. I want to test IT values. How much HP do I have? 53k. This is still level 80. Oh, thank you, Alpha. Please hold. We're gonna break 300k HP bars once we reach 90 and like 237 eye levels. Maybe. Jesus Christ! I saw a Draken and freaked out. It's just a Drakthir. It's a Drakthir priest. There will be no preservation testing on this stream. Come on, game. This is the fun part of Alpha, getting kicked out every once in a while. Is it only a stat squish or also a level squish? Just a stat. Can we do Resto Shaman testing? There's 5 buttons you can press in total. Yeah. Eye level squish, yeah, not an actual level squish. We're leveling from 80 to 90. Come on, Alpha servers, I believe in you. I believe. Thank you, Blizzard. Yeah, I mean, this is normal for Alpha. You do enough Alpha testing, you get used to just getting kicked out 24/7. Well, that was all the testing for today. Alpha is now down until midnight launches. Yeah. Can you imagine? They put it up for 10 minutes and then it's just down permanently. World server's down. Woo. We're going live with 120 damage Mindbender. I mean, so again, the numbers, I'm hold out your judgment is all I'm saying. Hold off on the judgment until we see what the actual full flow of combat and breakdown looks like. Because we're saying like, oh, that's not a lot of damage, but if our best spell is hitting for 1,000, right? If our best spell is hitting for 1,000 and it's getting a swing at the same swing timer as the cast speed of your best spell, a 300 hit is still a pretty big percentage increase for that window. Like, you don't know. I will not withhold my judgment. I will be mad about ramps. Okay, that's fair. I am going to be part of the problem by spam attempting to relog in while the world server's down. I'm sorry, Blizzard. Oh, see, and I'm rewarded for my stupidity. Unfortunately, I'm already in the inertia of my negativity bias. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta try not to and give it a chance. That's all. All right. What was I testing? Oh yeah, I wanted to see IT damage and see if it's scaling with pet type. This is not showing me. There we go. So, Inescapable Torment hits from Mindbender were 457. Oh, shit. And World Server's crashing again. I was in Inner Light. I forgot. It never fucking... It defaults you to Inner Light, not Inner Shadow. Please hold. So an additional Void Wraith melee? Yeah. But, well, remember, that's, I'm talented into regular Mindbender right now, not Void Wraith. And we don't... I gotta check if they've changed it to scale with Void Wraith. Do you usually send feedback posts for alpha, or do you wait until beta drops or something? I send them usually pretty quickly in alpha. I don't wait. I'm gonna do a bunch of testing over the weekend here, then I'll probably either start typing stuff up over the weekend or have... The goal will be to have a feedback post out next week. Whether it's earlier in the week or later in the week, that kind of depends on how fast I get stuff done, but the goal will be to have a feedback post out next week. All right, let me remember to switch to Inner Shadow. I am in Inner Shadow. Let's Mindbender. Okay, 502. So I want to talent into Void Wraith now. As my pet dies and lets me get out of combat. The mana is multiplicative, so we do get a 46% mana reduction in evading an IL instead of 50. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Good to confirm it, though. Okay. Yeah, the world server crashed again. Motherfucker. You have unopened items in your collection. Yes, I do. Thank you. This would be a good time to make some advanced macros. Yeah, I don't know about that. Is it? It's small breeze DDoSing from Florida. Yeah, probably. Perfect time to do my UI, yeah. Come on, world server. Let me in and stay the fuck up. So, eeping? You're not allowed to eep. We have too much stuff to test. No eeping. You're stuck in here with me. I woke up 10 minutes past your stream start time. It was insane nap timing. That is insane. Come on, world server. I want to go kill shit. You didn't sleep for 2 days. Why didn't you sleep for 2 days? That's not good. Please sleep. Okay. While we're waiting for the world server. What do you guys like and dislike about the new tree? Because I've got some concerns. Overall, I'm going to be trying to be very positive about the changes overall. I think healing in general needed this. I've been talking for multiple years now at this point about the arms race between healer cooldowns. So overall, I definitely think this needed to happen. I'm surprised they did it, to be honest. I didn't think... Honestly, I didn't think they had the balls to do it because it was going to be gutting a ton of fucking stuff, and I thought the community outrage was going to be so high that they would never do it. So I respect the shit out of them, though, the fact that they actually were willing to do this. I have concerns in regards to where the skill expression is going to move to. Specifically, I think there's a huge issue in regards to way too many spells being auto-targeting and smart targeting, which is going to directly impact the ability to actually have skill expression in regards to triage and target selection and stuff like that, when a lot of your spells are just kind of jumping and hitting random targets that need it. So I'm a little concerned about there not being enough skill expression if they don't do it correctly, but I'm going to wait and see. But I think this needed to happen regardless. Not gonna lie, I hate the evangelism change no matter what. Yeah, I have some concerns with the evangelism change. That's definitely gonna be something that I fuck around with a lot and come up with a solid complaint about. I'm not a huge fan of it right now. I don't like the pathing to some nodes. I just like the choice node on Uppies and Barrier. I like... You like Evang and Lenience being out of the capstone area, but you feel like HD and Shadowman should be at least swapped in place. Not a fan of the new Evang. Yeah, okay. That's similar stuff that I've seen from most people. Their post about the philosophy sounds a little weird. They said they didn't want you to have to pre-plan CDs, but that will still be the case for Mythic. Were they only talking about Forgotten? Yeah, I mean, so the problem that you're going to have is there's always going to be people that go above and beyond from an optimization perspective, right? So when you're competing at the highest of levels, when you're playing at the 1% or the 0.1%, you're always going to take every advantage you possibly can, which means there's always going to be people pre-planning CDs and, you know, trying to figure out optimal ways to do things, and that's fine. But the goal should be to make it so that you don't need to, so that the people at the lower end and the more, you know, not quite Hall of Fame and below, like you don't want a guild that's getting CE the last week of the tier still having to fuck with all of these cooldown timers and spreadsheets and kaze and notes and all that kind of stuff to even have a chance of killing these bosses, right? Like, you still want people to be able to walk in and kill these bosses with no external tooling. That's their goal. You're not going to stop the top end from using it, but you shouldn't need the tooling to be able to actually play the game. And right now, I would argue on live that that's not the case. I don't see how anybody is walking into Mythic Dimensius and killing that boss without a node. Yeah, I mean, it's tough splitting out our perspective versus, like, I've already killed Mythic Dimensius. It's tough to split out our perspective compared to the casual perspective. Fewer CDs may actually mean that more guilds start pre-planning some healing CDs. How do I mean, I feel like everybody does, though. How do you get more? How do we go from what we already have on live to more guilds pre-planning CDs? I really love the healer changes. I fucking dislike evangelism changes. Yeah, so far most people seem to not like evangelism. I love the traditional ramps. I wish they weren't afraid to tune Uppies. Yeah. Looks cool as fuck. Yeah, I agree. I really wish they had baked in Overloaded with Light. Yeah, I definitely think Uppies needs a bunch of changes, and so far feedback from multiple people about evangelism has definitely been negative, I'll say. You didn't kill it as disc, so it didn't count. Nobody's killed it as disc yet, man. Those who didn't plan CDs right now may feel... Yeah, but... So, when we're talking, like, heroic guilds, sure. But what context are we talking about with fewer CDs, more people might start pre-planning CDs? Because is there a single guild out there who has, like, killed Nexus King or Dimensius that doesn't plan CDs? I don't think that's possible. Like, you can walk in and do probably first 4 or first 5 bosses without planning CDs and just YOLOing it. Like, that's fine. But I don't think you can do Hall of Fame level or even, like, the last 2 bosses CE at any point in the tier without having CDs planned. If we're talking heroic guilds or just casual guilds that do the first couple bosses on Mythic, yeah, absolutely. They 100% can do it without that, because you can just walk in there and YOLO it and overpower it with gear. So it depends on the context, but I don't think there's any serious raiding guild right now that is pushing actual hard Mythic content that's not planning CDs already. My entire issue with the healer changes, which are really good, by the way, is just ramping isn't really in the game as much. Yeah, I mean, that's the downside and what we kind of expected to happen. You got CE last year without planning CDs. All right, I'm wrong. Interesting. That's impressive. Last year was kind of a joke. Yeah, I mean, how late was it? Like, not to I'm not trying to diminish your accomplishment. Getting C is getting C regardless. I'm just curious, like, what, because for something like Galley, doesn't surprise me, but I'm curious what the state of Muggsy was when you killed it. Okay, let me actually test something before the fucking world server dies again. It was kind of late. You can look at it. You don't need to look it up. I was just curious. I know it's nostalgia as well, but I really miss snappy burst healing on disc. Yeah, I mean, this is the downside of them doing what they were doing, is that I was expecting disc to lose a little bit of its burst healing and snappiness, and it's unfortunate, but it's for the health of the game. We will see how it feels. You can still keep some sort of burst healing and snappiness in the game, but... Okay, what was I testing? I wanted to test Void Wraith Mindbender IT. Fuck, what were we were testing IT. Does somebody remember the numbers on IT for regular Mindbender? We said it was basically like a smite, right? We said it was like 500 damage. That's how OP Uppies is, I will. 500 something, 430, okay. Interesting. So it is scaling. 502 IRC. Okay. Well, 841. So it's quite a bit higher. So it is scaling. I want to test the just Shadow Fiend version. 403 was without Inner Shadow. Oh, was I? Oh, yeah, I might have not been in. I might not have been in Inner Shadow. That was my issue as well. After redoing all healers, it feels like they just removed cooldowns, but the burst we had is the same, if not better, on some specs, and just kind of lost all. So, my only argument there is that I think there's going to be some specs that got fixed correctly and some that didn't, and it's going to take them some time. I don't think it's fair to judge. Like, you have to remember that they basically just reworked every fucking spec in the game in a single patch. The amount of work to do that is fucking absurd. They're gonna miss the mark on some things. That's just expected. Like, they will 100% miss the mark on some stuff. So I think we just kind of need to see where everything is and let them fix the things they missed. So like right now, Druid is in a fucking insane spot based on those changes, like absolutely nuts. So we just kind of have to wait and see what happens there. I'm just really interested to see how Prez Evoker ends up. Yeah, I can't really talk on Prez Evoker, but we will see. I haven't really looked at the Prez Evoker stuff all that much yet. Let's suggest that they buff Expiation. Yeah, I mean, again, I need to see how good Shadow Word Pain is in like comparison to like what its overall contribution is going to be, and if it's worth taking the Shadow Word Pain buff points, and if it's worth taking SP. Like, there's a lot of math and stuff that we have to figure out in regards to that, but it could be decent. Especially since you can just go like Shadow Fiend, Inescapable Torment, Expiation, and that gives you quite a bit of burst. Like, getting this Shadow Tap, Occultist, Shadow Fiend, it's Inescapable Torment, Expiation when like line gives you quite a bit of burst on your Mind Blast Penance. Does Shadow Word Pain still have a shorter buff duration versus Purge the Wicked? Yes, it does. The only thing I will argue in regards to that not mattering as much is the fact that we don't have our 16+ second. It still sucks. It's still stupid. I'm not defending it. I still think it's a little ridiculous that they just cut our dot duration for no reason when removing Purge the Wicked. But not having 16-second ramp-up windows does mean that it is less impactful, because you don't need to worry about it falling off mid-ramp anymore like that. Like, that was part of the problem, was that it wasn't quite long enough to last through the whole ramp without playing it perfectly. Like, you needed GCD perfection to have it not start falling off at important times and needing to refresh it. That won't be as much of an issue with the ramp durations. Still not a great thing, but it's less of a problem. I still wish they would make our dot last a little longer, but it's not a huge, like, oh my god, I'm going to cry and complain about this and shove it in their face in all the feedback posts. And if Shadow Word Pain becomes, like, really good, like it should with the pruning and the changes that they've mentioned, maybe Pain and Suffering is suddenly worth taking again. Like, we'll see. Okay, let me... So that Inescapable Torment is the same. So is Void Wraith just giving me the Shadow Fiend Inescapable Torment? I need to wait 3 minutes here now. While I'm waiting for that, what did you want me to look at? Uppy's damage? I can look at Uppy's damage. I already tested yesterday. Uppy's does not work with Holy Ray, by the way. I tested that yesterday. One thing I'm extremely curious about is what they're planning on with mana. Yes, they've taken out a lot of group mana return abilities out. No idea about the about Source, and also given us some mana cost reduction talents. Yeah, so mana is going to be an interesting topic, because when you simplify healers, you have to find a new location for skill ceiling and skill expression, right? One of those potential areas is what I was talking about earlier, which is like target selection, and that's why I'm concerned about all these like auto targeting and smart targeting and all that kind of stuff. Another would be resource management, which is managing cooldowns. In this case, it would be managing like smaller cooldowns and more rotational cooldowns, but then also managing mana. Mana is something that I will say that they have done a very poor job of in the last couple expansions. Mana has kind of been an afterthought, as far as I can tell, and has been tuned pretty fucking poorly. Every single tier, we have a few classes that just completely ignore their mana bar, and others that can barely get through a 4-minute fight without completely dialing back and saving their mana. So I am very curious to see where mana management ends up and how well they balance mana management, because I feel like that should be something that's a skill expression, like a major skill expression point with how simplified healers have been, but it's also something that they've done a really poor job at in recent history. So I'm curious to see what they do there. What are your stats looking like at the moment with the stat squish? So remember, this is pre-leveling, so we're still only level 80. And I'm just in all greets. So my gear is very bad, and we haven't leveled up yet. But this is what my current stat profile looks like. I do think like a lot of players really hate that parameter of skill expression mana. Yes, they 100% do. But the problem is, by simplifying healers, you're narrowing what skill expression avenues you can approach or you can include. 422 int, that's so cute. Yeah, numbers so small. So yeah, I mean, it could just be that everybody fucking hates dealing with mana and you just don't have to worry about it, but the skill expression has to exist somewhere, and I'm honestly not 100% sure where you put the skill expression with the dumbed down healers. I think the most important thing with mana, and I think this is really, really important, is that, and this is something that they've done a really bad job at in the last few years, is that if mana is bad for one, it should be bad for all, and if it's insane and you ignore it for one, then everybody should be able to ignore it. I think this parity every tier where some healers are just fucking desperate for more and other healers completely ignore it is stupid. Yeah, I'm just kind of in the all greens stuff. Okay, so this is Void Wraith with Shadow Fiend. So yeah, okay. So it's giving me Shadow Fiend Void Wraith numbers, or Shadow Fiend numbers on Void Wraith no matter what I'm talented into, is the answer. It's kind of annoying to test with Shadow Fiend cooldown at 3 minutes, but like on disc it was how many atonements gonna get out, but then I was on Resto Shaman and it was by 230 if I pressed Healing Rain on CD and it was a maintenance spell. Yeah. And then you play Resto Shaman this tier where you're just fucking spamming Healing Wave and Riptide and never go Yeah, that was one thing that I wasn't a huge fan of with what they had said conversation-wise about how they were nerfing disc's mana. Where they intentionally went after like Radiance and Penance and stuff, or like Radiance and Shield, and like they hit the rotational buttons that you're going to hit no matter what instead of the buttons that you're going to extend your, like, you would want to hit Flash Heal and Renew and like the inefficient spells and increase their mana cost to punish you for overextending and to make you think about how far and how wide you want to go on some of your ramps. They shouldn't be punishing you for hitting the buttons you're always going to hit. Because then you just push that into an angle of, I ramped and then AFK'd, but I went because Radiance costs so much mana. Like, that's not fun, and that's not really something you're managing, it's just forced downtime. Okay, let's look at uppies. So Penance is hitting for that, and then let's go... Holy lag. Oh, is World Server dying? Nope. Those are quite strong bolts. Yeah? My H-Reese doesn't care about mana. My H-Pal I had to cut down on haste. Yeah. Mistweaver I have to check T every single second. Yeah, it's just weird. That is a chunky button though. That's a lot. That's a lot of bolts for very, very high damage. What's just the tooltip value? So Penance tooltip value is what? 1.7. It's obviously going to go up because of whatever the fuck this Holy Bolt or whatever, Holy Ray. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage. Uppies is still 4 minutes, yes, which I do not like, but they seem... We'll see. I'm going to have talks, or I'm going to have conversations about uppies in feedback posts, so we'll see where we go from there, but... No, if there was some way of getting a tone run on everyone, you press uppies, yeah. Alright, let me switch. I tested the Void Wraith stuff I wanted to test, so let me switch to Oracle. Yeah, I mean, the part of the problem is, like, even if they want, so even if they say they want uppies to be a 4-minute cooldown, right? Like, even if they want it to be this big chonky cooldown that's super strong but a long cooldown, the problem with 4 minutes is that with average fight length, like specifically talking raid, I'm not going to talk M+ for a second because M+ is a little bit different, but from a raid perspective, with average fight lengths, a 4-minute CD means most fights you can get at most 2 uppies off, at most, no matter how you place them. And to get those 2 off, you are super restricted in regards to where you can place those casts, that oftentimes you're getting one bad cast and then one okay cast. So suddenly you're taking a point to cast it a single time in the fight. Yeah, exactly. Uppies on Mugsy was one shit cast and one good cast. Mugsy is one of the examples that I was thinking of in my head when I was talking about it. Like, it's awkward, and it feels bad to put points into. It feels bad. Like, that was one of the reasons why you saw Overloaded with Light get dropped. It's like, why are you going to spend an extra point on Uppies when you're basically getting a single good cast? Like, you could just move a Radiance into your Uppies or 2 Radiances into your Uppies and use it just fine like that for a single cast. When the other cast doesn't matter, why spend a talent point on it? It's just too long of a cooldown to fit into the average fight length in Raid. Okay, I'm going to talent out of the pets for now. I'm going to go here. I want to just fuck around with this for a second. Actually, I wish I could get Greater Smite, because I wanted to test something. I don't know, we'll go here for now. I want to go kill some things real quick. So I need to figure out where I'm supposed to go for this. I feel like Dimmy could have had 3 decent casts in an alternate timeline. Yeah, maybe.
I answer to the light. Fight well. Shorella.
Oh, I didn't mean to play the movie.
I am the blade of the light.
Void Weaver cancel Uppy's tech? Yep. What about the Void Weaver cancel Uppy's tech? It should still exist.
Anaria Shala. Aldiel Shala. Shorella Ra.
I need to turn the volume down. This is very loud. Sorry, just grief. I love the Uppies animation. Yeah. Can you check the Magister's Terrace journal for 1 sec? I'm kind of curious what the fuck they're gonna do there. Yes, I can. Sure. Dungeons, Magister's Terrace. Degenerous, yeah, it is a good name. Check trinkets so I can make a biz list. No, fuck you. As a side, I do like the atonement scaling. So, the only concern I have with the atonement scaling, I think it is a good solution when you're thinking about it from a design perspective in a vacuum. My concern with it is twofold. One, there's a concern with split fights, right? Like, you're talking about when you have a split fight and you're only healing 10 people, there's a small concern that it is going to be a tuning problem when those are kind of present, where if they have truly flattened out the healing a lot and these cooldowns are much rarer, it's going to feel bad for certain healers to... I guess a lot of these other healing cooldowns have gotten greater than 5 target scaling as well, so maybe it's not as big of a problem. I'll think about that one a little bit more. The other issue that I have, or that I'm worried about, is how it interacts with Piety. Piety being baseline is a little weird when taking into account the scaling ignoring full health targets, because that means it's going to put balance on a very dangerous scale, where if you hit a certain point of tuning where you're strong enough to be consistently pushing people to full health. As you push people to full health, your atonement scaling is going to go up, which all of that extra healing is then going to overflow with piety, helping pull more people up, which is going to top more individuals, which is going to push your atonement scaling even higher. It's a little like, I'm worried there's a little bit of a balance concern there when taking into account piety, considering those full HP targets are still providing healing through Velens, instead of it just being truly overhealing like it seems like it's designed around. Like, the design intent is that if they're full healing, they're not getting effective healing, therefore they don't want to punish you with reducing atonement scaling. But that's not true when you take into account piety. So I'm a little worried about that. It's especially going to be extremely degenerate. Like, for Prog, it might not be an issue. For Prog, it might not be an issue, but like, imagine farm or after these bosses take a damage nerf or something, and suddenly you're like at like early Prog, you're at like the 15 to 20 to 25% overheal, right? But like late farm, you're at like a 50 to 55 to 60% overheal. And when you're that strong relative to the incoming damage, that's gonna get insane. I'm kind of just assuming piety like this won't make it alive in any way. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I do think a lot of the power of Oracle, though, is in piety existing the way it is. I actually want to go back to org for a second. Somebody's telling me I need to turn on like the cooldown manager and shit like that. Let me fix my UI real quick. Apparently people are testing a raid boss. Campaign helper?
Guide you.
I want to test March on Kildalas. Okay, yeah. Let me... Also giving us a Shield Apex talent after the whole Oracle Shield. Yeah. Yeah, the second I saw that they were giving us a powered Shield Apex talent, I was like, I don't know if that's good. Shield Discus Donkey. Yeah, I mean, so one of the weird things, I don't know why, like, this shouldn't exist, but if you get a Void Shield proc, right? So, like, here's a Void Shield proc. If I cast Void Shield, these people got Atonement. They got the full indemnitied Atonement. Like, that global is 3 atonements. Which is like not okay. That's really strong. What was I gonna turn on? Where the fuck is the... Imagine if Shield Disc works on it as well. Yeah, it might. I'll test that later. Where the fuck is the... Oh, it's gameplay enhancements, right? Oh, encounter timeline. Cooldown manager. Advanced cooldown settings. Yo, rest in peace, Halo. Rest in peace, Premonition. This hasn't been updated. Luminous Barrier, Powered Life, Mind Games. There's so many spells that don't exist anymore, man. Okay. How do I actually... I haven't actually fucked with this much. So there's buffs. There's essential cooldowns. How does this work? Is this like reordering? Okay, this is reordering. What do I care about seeing? I mean, yeah, that's all fine. I still miss my Covenant movement spells. Yeah, I'm a little... I am a little disappointed that... I'm a little disappointed that they did not give us any sort of movement ability. I really do not understand why they feel that we are not allowed to have a single movement ability. Yeah, I don't watch your tutorials. I say as I'm then going to sit here and wonder how to do anything because I don't know how to use any of this. Let's see. Cooldown manager. This is my tracked buffs. Okay. combat warnings. Oh, this is our DBM. Check DM on Discord. Checking. Oh, you got message requested. Get fucked. What a long, strange ship it's been. Shadow Covenant, yeah. Yep. Shadow Covenant, Mind Games, Halo, Lights Wrath, Evangelism, Rapture. We have and Schism too. We have basically none of those spells left. They have deleted a lot of those. Our class fantasy is being carried around by dragons or a dragon rider priest. True. Okay, how does the warnings work? I want to look at the warnings. Vertical warnings. Put it to the side. No, definitely want it going down. I'll leave that for there. I only want this to show up in combat. We'll show the spell name for now. We don't want the tooltip. We want the timer. Okay. We'll leave it like that for now. We'll cast bar up. I don't have an enemy. Where's my enemy cast bar? Dude, I haven't done anything in default frames in so fucking long. Or default UI in so long. I'm so used to using everything else. Oh yeah, the damage meter. Let's move the menus over here. Damage meter can go in the corner. We're gonna have that always visible. Select target and focus. Yep, so put that up here. Focus frame. Click here. Yeah, I don't see anything to detach enemy cast bar. But that's fine for now. This doesn't need to be perfect. We're gonna put this up here. Why does this not have a 20-man raid setting? Just put the action bars over here for now. I'll fix those later. Because it was made 15 years ago. Yeah, you're not wrong. This doesn't need to be perfect. Let me actually fucking fix these. Do these let you actually do the They don't let you hide action bars, do they? You just have to fucking shrink them. Oh, I can. Hidden. Whatever. At least gets them out of the way. It at least gets them out of the way. It's gonna be off-center at 20. I'll fix it later, man. Okay. I don't have any of the fucking click casting or anything set up. I've never used Blizzard's click casting shit either. I have no idea how any of that works, actually. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Oh, you can just enable mouse overcast? Where is that? Mouse overcast. Oh, cool. In search bar grant. Shut up. You know the last time I've used default UI? Okay. What would I want to do? Fuck it. We leave it for this. I can't look at the times these changes are for you specifically. What? I can't hear you. Is this just a queue?
I am listening for now.
Is that not bringing me? He's delirious too. Motherfucker can't hear a text message. Yep.
Brave of you to venture this far.
This doesn't bring me anywhere. Last time I used default UI outside of PTR beta where add-ons are disabled was probably 2005. Yeah, it's been a fucking while.
Best keep your weapons ready.
Let's hit a reload real quick. Thank you for the Lua error.
You seem like you've seen a battle or two.
Why does this not bring me anywhere? Also, why the fuck did my... Why was my player frame all the way up here? Do not say old. Do not call people old for playing the game for a while.
Best keep your weapons ready.
Okay. 32 is older than me, therefore old. Alright, well this guy's not working for me, so let me just go back to the other area.
Aldiel Shala.
Okay. Is nothing working for me? Let's try this again.
Blade of the light.
Okay. We're getting flashbanged and then not going anywhere. Let's try one more time.
Remain vigilant.
And the flashbang. And we're still in orc. Okay. We're going back to the training dummy. Okay, but I think we need to test the flashbang one more time. True. Okay. There's not a tanking dummy here, is there? Need a tanking dummy. We're gonna go on an adventure. Does Inner Shadow buff Twin Sight Bolts? That's a good question. I will check that in 1 second. Where the fuck is the portal? Is it downstairs? Oh my god, I don't have my feather macro. Did I just walk through that and not pick it up? Give me the fucking feather. Hello? Is the server just dead? I might need to log out and log back in. Holy, can't pick up a feather. Fuck you. They even took away feather. Okay, I think the server is probably just fucking broken, so let me relog real quick. I can't even log out. We're screwed. I can't log out. Next, I'm gonna find out that if I die in the game, I die in real life. Probably heard Clayton talking about Blizzard not wanting to give us mobility and just took his away, yeah. Server. Alright, hold on. We're gonna hard crash the game. Please hold. Imagine if they made feather for other people only. Dude, that wouldn't surprise me at all, unfortunately. If they did that. Wait, no shot. It didn't save any of the fucking things that I just did, man. No. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I want to die. We're gonna do this real quick. Okay. Let's do a reload. No, you did not invent a time machine. I had to redo it because I got disconnected because the game froze and it's bad.
For now.
Now teleports are working. Woo! Let's go solo a fucking raid boss. Thoughts? Everyone point and laugh. Do not point and laugh. You can laugh and you can point, but you can't point and laugh. That's rude. All right, Shirley. Wait, what is the music in here? Okay, hold on. The music in here does not fit the vibe, does it? Like, are we in like an old jazz club? Oh, it is the Liberation of Undermine music. You're right. Why are we getting Liberation of Undermine music? There's no trash. See your P4 galley. Yes. No spoilers? What do you mean no spoilers? No spoilers for Secret of Undermine? We're out of the tier already, man. Get a grip. These can spot kill the first boss. That was the P4 we ever got. Yeah. Okay. Surely I can win this 1v1, right? Like... Maiden 2.0? Okay. No, I'm pretty confident in my ability to 1v1 this boss. Oh. Hold on. A keybind is... Wait, are all of my keybinds wrong now? Oh, no, just that's wrong. Oh, that hurts. I'm dead. Okay. 62% of the male population voted they would beat Bella Red in a fist fight. True. Dude, I'm not used to having 2 charges of penance. I hit penance and then I'm like, wait, penance is supposed to be on cooldown, right? Okay, I don't think I'm going to learn much being in here solo, so we're going to leave. Let's go kill things that are actually possible to be killed instead of trying to solo a raid fight. Oh, now I'm on the Isle. Is LFR open for dungeons? No, it's not. I think I have to level up to unlock it. So I think I need to actually do the campaign instead of being at the raid. Okay, can we... This zone is fucking gorgeous, man. Look at this. Like, you're not going to tell me this isn't the most gorgeous fucking zone you've ever seen. This is fucking stunning. From a lore POV, you hate the bridge? Wait, why? Are they not allowed to build a bridge? Dude, this city is incredible. I was a boat right away. Yes, and they built the fucking bridge. Are you telling me that in 20 years they weren't allowed to build a bridge? This is a stroll. Mounts have gotten faster over the years, man. You're just misremembering. It's the nostalgia. It was a boat ride before, but mounts are faster now. My version is ruined. All right, I don't actually know where I'm supposed to be for the quests. Where am I? Oh, right here. All right, let's go to where this quest wants me to be. Look at the world map. What about it? What? What's the problem there? That was the boat ride. That's fine. I don't know why you're complaining, man. I'm redirecting the drone that's supposed to my house. It's gonna land in the US. What the fuck? A world, not zone. What about it? What about it? What about it? The distance? That's fine.
Anaria Shala.
Okay, I have to have her summon me again. So build with the dragon eyes. Okay, hold on. You're telling me that this bridge, if they can build this, they might as well build this. You're gonna compare those distances. Can't wait for that build to be, or the bridge to be entirely filled with trash in the Silver Moon raid. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I need to make the fucking penance, or the feather macro. I'm gonna fucking explode. There we go. I can't mount here. Yeah, real Link Colteris to Zul'Dazar. Pulverada is supposed to be twice the size of Colteris? Okay, you guys are, you know, fuck the lore. Who cares about the lore? We're here to play games and to smite things. We don't care about bridge lengths.
I am the blade of the light. Remain vigilant.
We fight for home, for family. Walk in the light.
The nameplates aren't that bad. I was expecting the nameplates to be worse than this. Can I open character profile? Yes, I can. This is level 80, so we have not leveled up yet, and this is all like baseline greens that they start you with. So not very much, not very good gear. What am I supposed to be doing with you? Join me in battle. Level up is like 300k XP, yeah. Let's fight this big motherfucker. I just tried to cast Pet and forgot I don't have it. Wait. The Void Shield animation is disappearing faster than it's supposed to. The reflect does seem to be working, right? Okay. So Void Shield hit him for 3,000, hit him for 8,000. Yeah, I mean it looks like it's working. I don't think our shields are okay. What did I just shield there for? So, let me atonement. 18,000? No, that sounds fine-ish. I find something with a ground effect? Yeah, I'm gonna need to find something with a, with something environmentally coded. Like this. That did hit him. I stood in the ground effect and he... Oh wait, hold on, maybe it was this Divine Storm. No, maybe it didn't hit him. It didn't hit him. Fuck, that was the Divine Storm. Because it's counted as my pet. Okay, I need to do that when I don't have a pet. Okay. Where am I going here? Let's recollapse this for now. I honestly will be very, very impressed if Void Shield is just like the Void Shield Reflect is just by default working. Because I was very, very much expecting the Void Shield Reflect to just be broken, because CR has been broken for so long. Are there any nameplate mods you could do? Probably. I honestly have not looked at the nameplates at all. I'll look at them later. I don't really... I want to just fucking kill shit and tinker around with stuff. I don't want to fuck with UI stuff right now. But I will look at it at some point. The proc rate on Void Shield seems pretty fucking high. Like, is this just like every other cast? No, that was back-to-back casts. You seem to get it a lot. I don't know if that's just me being lucky, though.
I do not have a target.
Oh, I DC'd. It does say high chance, yeah, but you never know if that actually means like an actual high chance or if they're just fucking lying to you. Please hold, rebooting the game. Yeah, I mean, you just never know what they actually mean when they say high chance, right? Like, high chance could be a 30% chance, or it could be a 90% chance, or you have no idea. My whole UI reset again, man. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Somebody stop me from screaming. Not like you need it for questing. I know, but I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream anyway. Relax, Grandpa. Okay, fuck you.
I need to target something first.
One day without add-ons and he's already screaming. True. No, I didn't log out. That's the problem. Shut up. I know. I'm stupid. Play Farm Natty UI? Do it. Please hit me. You damage to yourself. Okay. What am I even doing here? Who am I supposed to be helping? Hello. Arator.
Carry on.
Oh, Arator gave me a giant absorb, I see. Need a plus 3% intellect node, true. Oh, IRL. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, not wrong, but yeah. Outside of Meg, is there others in the guild alpha? No, I think it's just me and Meg in the guild. I don't think anybody else got it. It's really hard to get alpha access early without, like, just being intentionally added to a list. Which I think Meg and I are the only ones that would have gotten that. Oh, I can't fly. Okay. Where am I going then? Just making my way downtown. They got that aura. True. Dude, I keep like reflexively hitting my pet and I don't have it talented. All right, we're gonna swap to Void Weaver here in a second. Because I want to actually do damage. I don't know why I'm sitting here fucking questing as Oracle. Da, 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 da. Did I just bug that? I did. I don't know what I did there. I was on the alpha list. She was on the pre-alpha list. Yeah, okay. I know. She's a bigger streamer. She got on the fucking press version. I did not. Get nightbotted. How does that make you feel that you just got nightbotted? I will penance you. I need to level up. I want Mindbender and 2 points in Greater Smite. I'm gonna do this for now. Oh, I can't, because then I can't get to fucking Inner Shadow. Yeah, okay. I just need to level. Hi, Shu. Interesting that I can cast Void Barrier without while shadow locked. Yeah, getting kicked in world content. Yeah, thanks, Blizzard. Shadow locked. Woo. Holy locked. Whoa. I hate this game, man. Here, let's can I get some uppies? Uppies? Can I get some uppies? Wait, what is getting clipped? What, me saying can I get some uppies? Isn't that on our soundboard? I don't think it is, Shu. Is it? I mean, I've said it a million times, but I didn't think it was on the soundboard. I don't think it is.
What I do for Quel'Thalas.
Dionys Arca. Light guidance.
Give me that haste.
Baladash Malanore.
Rescue 20 citizens. No, that's not me. It's the soundboard. It's a lot of void creatures. Eliminate Gloomstress. Why is it Gloomstress? Space Marine vibe? Yeah. Alright, where is Gloomstress?
Baladash Malanore.
Wait, where did my feather fucking macro go? Come on, man. Oh, I hate this game. I don't actually hate this game, but I'm just mad. Show dual tip. Cast angelic. At player angelic feather. Save. Okay. Hey, thank you for the follow. We are saving some citizens. Oh. Put penance early to not lose greater smite? That's so stupid. That's so dumb. That needs to be changed. I don't like that at all. Greater Smite goes crazy. Yes, Greater Smite is kind of fucking insane. However, I'm not a fan of the whole you can't get a spell off in the middle without losing Greater Smite. Like, look at the buff time up here. Like, if I try to Penance and then go back into a Smite, it just falls. Like, I feel like it should be like 3 seconds or 4 seconds. Like, you should be able to get a full Penance in between and not lose the stacks. If it's too long, if you have the timer be like 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, then what you start to run into is you start to run into an issue where it becomes a maintenance minigame. We kind of talked about this earlier, where like you end up trying to maintain the buff by weaving smites into random things just to keep it up. So you don't want it that long, but you do want it long enough where you can at least get a spell. Like, what you don't want is you don't want the game to hard punish you for having to dispel. Right? Like, imagine having to dispel and you send a global on a dispel and then Greater Smite falls off and you just lose a fuckload of throughput. Like, that's not okay. But you do want it not so long where suddenly you are playing this maintenance minigame. So they need to up it a little bit, but not a ton. I think 3 or 4 seconds, probably 4 seconds is a good middle ground. 3 seconds is probably still a little bit tight. Also, hello, I brought Alpha Burger. Let's go. We had Dimmy Burgers, now we have Alpha Burgers. A burger sounds good. Maybe I'll have a burger tonight. Wait, no, I have taco stuff I need to finish. Is Uppies still 4 minutes? Yes, Uppies is still 4 minutes. Uppies is going to be one of the things that I talk about in my feedback post. I do not like the state of Uppies. It is numerically strong from a like spell power percentage. Like, the bolts fuck, like it hits, but from a usability and like playability perspective, it still being at a 4 minute cooldown is not great. Where am I going? I'm just like looking at Twitch chat running away. I need to find this other person to heal, which it looks like they're above me. I have to go up. Oh no, I can just do this guy. So yeah, I'm gonna talk about Uppy's cooldown somehow. It either needs to, there are two options. Would be make it a lot stronger by like having it be this one button, insane button on its own that just works by itself to justify the 4 minute CD, or bring the CD down. I personally think bringing the CD down and making it, making it work that way is better, because I'm not a fan of the 4 minute cooldown in regards to how it fits fight design. Ashen Hollow, yeah, I mean, there is some potential benefit to just having this insane long cooldown, but the problem with the average fight length in raids right now, 4 minutes is very awkward. Most fights you end up with like one good use and then another that's just like thrown somewhere because you have to use it, or else you just don't get another use, right? So like 4 minutes is weird. The fact that it's on a choice node with barrier, yeah, it's unfortunate, but you're not going to get them to do anything otherwise, because that seems to be their primary method for just reducing access to a number of CDs across the board without directly removing all the spells, right? They're just making you pick between a bunch of them instead of just removing them. They've just given us a channeled salve. Yeah, except no way to push the cooldown lower. Because for a lot of salve's existence, it had a reasonable cooldown. But yeah, there was definitely windows where salve's cooldown was not great either. It's just those very long cooldowns are weird to balance. Okay, so is Atonement like Omega with Voidheart and the Inner Shadow active? It's hard to tell. Like I need to like get to dungeons and do like actual content. It's very hard to tell. Yeah, I mean there was tiers. Yes, in Aberrus it was like 2 minutes effective. There was tiers where it was very low. What am I doing here? Spiraling Light. Okay, the animation on that looks actually sick. Can I get this as like a spell effect? Like actually, can this be like Smite? Fuck Smite spell effect. Can this be Smite? I'm not even memeing. I want this as Smite. Can I ask for that? Do penance effect? Wouldn't it be better to have this Smite? Like there's nothing wrong with penance. Oh, I'm fatiguing. Know what these other grappling rope and speed. Yeah. I feel like this would be way sicker to be penance or to be Smite than penance, but maybe. Why do jellyfish have faces right now? Why wouldn't they? Do you not want jellyfish to have faces? Are they supposed to be faceless? Does Shadow Fiend still give mana? Yes, Shadow Fiend still gives mana. The effect is just legit 6 penances, yeah. I mean, what that effect is sick as fuck though. Yeah. Non-finished cutscene. We're skipping.
The beauty of
Is it legit? Okay, I'll have to go back and look at it closer.
Aldiel Shalam.
May the light guide you.
Funny how Alpha's today and so is Black Ops 7 beta. I don't think they planned those two things around each other, I'm just gonna say. I could be wrong, but... I'm still actually just internally mauling that I set up my fucking UI twice and DC both times, and now I lost it all.
My faith is my shield.
Light bless you. Do not give up the fight. For justice.
Is ActiveBliz still a thing now that's under Microsoft? I don't think so. I think they just both report to Microsoft as separate entities now. I don't think they're, like... I could be wrong, I have no idea. But I would assume they're just separate entities under the same parent company. Alright. What am I doing? Activating some sentinels. This is the Blood Elf starting zone, isn't it? I haven't been here in fucking forever. No, it's not. Are you sure? Isn't this like the first area you come to as a Blood Elf? Oh, we are on the island. Fuck. Shit, you're right. I didn't think we were on the island. He's ancient, but he doesn't do TDC. Dude, I'm sorry. I was No, you can't give me this shit. What I thought is we were gonna get on a fucking boat to go to the island, but we walked across a tiny bridge, and it fucked with me. I'm gonna throw your argument right back. I didn't think we were on the island because I walked across a 5-foot fucking bridge. I slap you so hard you remember. How do I turn on the DPS meter? Where the fuck is the DPS meter? Gameplay enhancements. It's just an edit mode. Edit mode. Damage meter. How do I make it show up? The DPS meter isn't in. I don't know if I believe you. I thought I saw somebody link me a DPS meter earlier.
I require a target.
Hold on. Please hold. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, I was linked to a log. I thought I saw a fucking DPS meter screenshot, but it was a log. It's gonna be so funny when a tournament breakdown looks like Substance Legion. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's gonna be funny. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard to judge certain things right now, because we need to see what everything looks like numerically. Because it's hard to judge like what a lot of these talents are gonna be when I don't know what our actual breakdown's gonna look like. Like, for all I know, fucking Shadow Word Pain could be 30% of our breakdown now, as just like raw rot HPS, and all the Shadow Word Pain points could be insane as a result. I just don't know yet. I'm sitting here trying to fucking Mind Soothe. It's not keybound. Neither is my Fade. I tried to hit Fade and that didn't go off either, because my fucking keybinds got cleared. Not trusting you? I mean, do you blame me? Would you trust you? So how many talent points are they adding? So they are adding 3 points on the class tree, 3 points on the hero tree, which will just fill in these 3 points, and 4 points on the spec tree, which theoretically are just the 4 points that you have in Apex, but you're not forced to spend them in the Apex tree. But by the time I'm level 90, I'll have 4 additional points to spend on this tree. We don't know. The one thing we don't know is if they're going to update like how many points you have to spend to move through tiers. It doesn't seem like they did yet, but they still could. So theoretically, all 4 points I'll get to spend in the capstone area. So I'll get to grab like Wheel and Woe. I'll get to grab shield stuff if I'm Oracle. I can go like Shadow Mend, Harsh Disc, grab Mindbender, etc. Like I can grab a bunch of extra stuff. But we don't know 100%. We'll see when we actually start leveling. Cannot wait to see if the Apex talent works or not. It does seem to be working, but I need to test. Like, I need logs. I need to sit here and dig through logs of like a bunch of different damage sources and stuff before I make any claims. I've found like mobs that I can hit that have it working, but that doesn't mean it's going to be working in a majority of cases, right? Like, I need to test it. It causing a ton of healing sounds nuts. Yeah, it is very strong as is. And I crashed. Rebooting game. Pressed Void Shield into a crash. Yep. That's going in the guide. reapply your dot, press penance, cast void shield, crash the game, relog in, cast radiance, smite. That's your new rotation. At least you didn't lose your UI. You're not wrong. And I did not get kill credit for killing this fucker. I did 90% of his HP, and didn't get kill credit. And Feather's gone. Yep. Fuck. Alright. How is my pet still on cooldown? Oh, fuck. Why is penance canceling like that? What am I doing to cancel it? I'm hitting something that's forcing it to cancel, and I don't know what I'm hitting. This guy has so much HP, man. Finally, somebody else here to help. Please kill this mob for me. What else do I need to kill? I need to come over this way. Give him PI. I am lagging so much right now. Yeah, I'm really not a Greater Smite fan. It's way too easy to lose it. Is the new stance button off global? Thank you for reminding me. I need to actually hit that because I DC'd, so it swapped. No, it is not off global. It is on global. I am not a big fan of it. I am not a big fan. They've tried to add this in the past, so we've spent a lot of time thinking about it. Yeah, do not like it. Basically, what's going to end up happening is either mana is completely irrelevant, right? Either mana is completely irrelevant, and you just turn on the damage aura, and you never take it off, and you just stay on damage aura all the time, because it's a massive damage aura. Or B, you're forced to just add a bunch of random dead GCDs into your rotation to switch stances. So you would like go mana reduction stance, apply all your atonements, add a dead GCD to go damage stance, DPS, which I don't think anybody wants. Like, just toggling shitty fucking dead GCD stance changes isn't very enjoyable. I mean, people can correct me if they think that sounds fun, but I personally don't. Or the other alternative is that they take it off the GCD, and then you just macro it into a bunch of shit. And it's just not interactive gameplay because you're just macroing it into a bunch.
Dionys Arca.
Fight well.
So personally, I'm not a fan of that mechanic. We will we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, I'll make sure other people also don't like it before I campaign to get it removed. But I don't think it's good. If anyone thinks that's fun, they're banned from Warcraft Priest. Yeah, I mean, that is viable. If they want it to do something, like, the problem is the dead global. You need it to do something. So either it needs to have, like give it a longer cooldown or something, but then have it actually impactful when you stance swap. So it's like a meaningful decision to swap stances or something. Like, that could be fine. But it needs to do something on the global. Or even just like I don't know, make it like fucking... Make it when you Mind Blast, it switches you into damage form, and when you, I don't know, something, it switches you into healing form. Like, I don't know. I don't think minus mana alone is enough. It needs to be like minus mana and like increased direct healing or something. And then, yeah, I mean, it's basically recreating Schism in a passive form. I know, but like, you get what I mean though. Like, make it auto switch based on spell casts, or just have it do something on the global when you cast it. I think both of those would be fine, but like, yeah, just the dead GCD is bad, and then if you take it off the GCD, it just becomes macroed into everything. Or just the mana is just not relevant. Like, if they do a poor job on mana tuning, the mana is just not relevant, and then you, holy shit, what the fuck is that thing? Voidwake Behemoth. That thing looks fucking sick. Are we getting attacked by kaijus? Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not a fan of it right now. We'll see where it goes. That's a lot of my feedback right away is going to be based on... Oh, it's one of the KT items. A lot of my feedback right away is going to be on evangelism, uppies. Here, where's my list? Uppies, Inner Light and Shadow, Evangelism, the Master of Darkness capstone. I have some concerns in regards to how the Atonement scaling factor, specifically ignoring full health targets, is going to work with Piety. I think that's a very dangerous combination. With the new Evangelism, Bright Pupil's just fucking dog shit now compared to during Luminescence. If they change Evangelism, that might not be a problem, but as long as Evangelism's in this current form, the gap between EL and Bright Pupil is like really bad. And then I just have some general concerns with our class tree. I think the class tree changes were very bad in general. Where are we going? I need to remake my fucking feather macro, man. I keep hitting my keybind for it, and it's not doing anything. What the fuck? It's the Tempest Keep dagger? Yeah, I got the staff too. They're having you run around and collect all the fucking Tempest Keep weapons. Only thing I like about the class tree is it doesn't force us to root through Scream MC talents or raid builds. Yeah, I'm not saying it's all negative, but I definitely am not a fan of all of the changes in general. To me, it feels like they just kind of shuffled a bunch of stuff around, and they didn't add really anything. They just shuffled stuff. And the new pathing has plenty of issues as well. Yeah, needing to spend 4 talents to get the Fade DR is very awkward. Desperate Prayer being split up into 3 different points. Like, there's like 11 points for basic defensives that you have to spend in the capstone area. I still have major issues with our defensive profile, or with our utility profile in general. I think we just still are going to have basically no in-combat agency at all. we didn't get any snap mobility, so we're still just going to be passenger princesses. I don't think they really fixed any of the issues that we were dealing with, which is unfortunate. I just realized these are extra action button. Oh shit, that does a lot of damage. Imagine not having 2x obsidian scales and ruining blaze. Yeah, maybe a stance button for leap of faith. That'd be funny. Be forced to toggle between the two versions of leap of faith. Devastation. Is this saying there's another weapon below me? Where? On the middle level? Did I miss one here? Oh, I did. I'm stupid. How did I walk right past this? What the fuck are the Tempest Keep legendaries just laying around? What do you mean? Where else would they be? Someone's falling off a cliff. Hold up, guys. I need to toggle leap. Yeah, they'll put it on the fucking put it on the GCD. There's one more weapon. I need to kill a bunch of these guys.
Too far away.
Oh, these guys kind of fuck. Time for bed. Who said you were allowed to go to bed? We got testing to do, man. You're allowed to sleep because you didn't get alpha? That's debatable, but sure. I guess I'll allow you to sleep. Don't wait, does that actually wake you up? You shouldn't tell me that. That's dangerous to know. Thanks for the allowance. Yeah, no problem, man. This thing has so much HP. My extra action button isn't bound. Lag? He's dead. All right. Looks like the last weapon I need is upstairs. Important question, will there be a disc neighborhood? Unfortunately, probably not. I think I'm just going to be doing a guild neighborhood. Unless somebody else in the Discord wants to run a disc Discord, but I probably won't be. But I'm assuming it would also just have to be like specific to region as well. So like if you're looking for an EU or a US. Well, people lizards come raid, true. Disclaimer, but it's the Buzz Lightyear meme. That'd be good. Yeah, I'm like fucking failing to keep my dot up because I'm so used to using my weak aura pack that I have on retail. But I'm like not paying attention to the fact that it fell. It's so bad. It's gonna take me so long to get used to basically a whole new UI. Alright, where are we going?
The light welcomes you, champion.
Anaria Shala.
Don't mind if I do.
The army of the light stands ready.
Can't mount. Now I can mount. Must have been in combat. Dude, that behemoth looks fucking sick as hell. It does just straight up remind me of a kaiju, though. Thought they were going to add debuff tracking to the CD manager. It very well might be. I just haven't dug into it too much. Ooh, let me in. After I finish, let me finish this quest real quick, and then I'll take a look at the tracker and see if it's in there.
We stand together.
Channel light. I don't get to actually fight the behemoth. I just fucking light beam him in the face. Damn, I actually wanted to fight that fucker. It's kind of unfortunate. Let me take a look. Let's see. Edit mode, we're looking at not the damage meter. I think it was. Let me actually go to gameplay enhancement, advanced cooldown settings. Track to buffs, track to bars. I don't see debuffs. I see buffs, but no debuffs. Yeah, these are all just buffs. It's one of their blogs. It's just not in this build. Okay. Nightbot's probably gonna block you from posting the link, but you can send it to me on Discord if you want. Ouch, these things fucking hurt. Let me on. I am just in love with this whole zone. The theme of this expansion and the zone and it's just, oh, it's so nice. All right, what are we doing in here? Oh shit, it's the Sunwell. Guys, it's the
Pleasantries
Sunwell.
can wait. Aldiel Shala.
Oh, is the server dying? I can't jump anymore. I can't turn anything in. I think the server's dead. Yeah, I think we're rebooting the game here real quick. Please hold. That happened to me earlier and I had to reboot to get it fixed, so. Ah, I get fucked. Well, I guess we're waiting. What are we testing while we wait? Do we make another character? Do I make another priest? I love this bug. Yeah, usually. That's why I was gonna make another character, but I was hoping it would just randomly get fixed. We're gonna make another priest. Woo! If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna go sit on the training dummy on the other priest for a second. Yeah, okay. We sit on the training dummy for a minute. I can't believe the sheer power of the Sunwell fucking crashed my character. It's crazy. I might actually use this as a second to go heat up my food real quick, actually. Is it gonna let me in? Well, at least that was a disconnect and not another character where that name exists. Let's try reload. See how quickly you can learn new Resta Shaman? Yeah, I'm gonna hit 2 buttons and be done. Love being DC'd, yeah, agreed. World service down. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go heat up my food real quick while I wait for this to resolve. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's see if I can log in. It is not looking good. Come on, game. Let me in. Oh, this looks positive. There we go. I'm all the way back here. Wait. I need to get out of here. I was supposed to be able to fly out of here, but I've already taken it. Now I'm back here, and the flying mount's gone. How the fuck do I get out of here now?
How may I help you?
I might just need to die. Oh, nope, there we go. I walked out of it. Shield blasting DPS, yeah. Theoretically, Void Shield is fucking broken OP. Obviously need to look at the whole picture, but initial impression is that Void Shield is giga broken. Didn't realize it would not even use Power Word Shield. Yeah, it's not only does it not use Power Word Shield cooldown, it's a completely own button. You can also stack it with a Power Word Shield. So if you Power Word Shield somebody, and then Void Shield comes up, you can Void Shield them as well, and they'll have both as completely separate entities, which means you can like 100% HP somebody with a Void Shield and a Power Word Shield. Yeah, it's very silly. And then on top of that, the cleave from it all applies atonement. So, like when you throw out Void Shield and it puts 3 shields out, all 3 of those targets get atonement. So it's also just basically its own GCD of a 3 atonement applicator. And it procs like fucking very often, so You can't even get to the training dummies? Yeah, that's I've been DCing constantly. I'm trying to find where I'm supposed to be for the quest because I got DC'd and it punted me all the way back to where I was before. Here's where I was when I got DC'd.
Pleasantries can wait. Shorel Aran.
Defend the
Remain
Sunwell.
vigilant. Fight.
Nothing will get past me. I'm gonna go ahead and say that things will probably get past me, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I require a target.
Oh, look, another one. Put this off to the reflect. Yeah, I can't even, like, pre-stack Greater Smite and then go into Mind Blast and then back into Void Blast without it fucking falling off. Needs to be slightly longer. It is incredibly broken. I want to be able to fucking Penance and Void Shield. Like, I want to be able to Penance, Void Blast, Void Shield, Void Blast without losing Greater Smite. That's all I want. Refresh my dot back to Void Blast without it falling off.
I need to target something
Anything like
first.
that. I don't ask for much.
I do
I'm
not
semi
have a
quiet right now 'cause I'm
target.
trying to finish my food real quick. Even canceling penance there, I couldn't get back to the Void Blast fast enough for it to not
I
fall off.
need to target something first. Oh, did the server just die again? God damn it. Oh! That was scary. You just went through an almost overtime to 10 Dawnbreaker. You need to watch me suffer. What the fuck? Wait, you beat an Ellie, a BM Hunter, and a Ret and Kicks. What are you playing right now? Are you playing Prez? Or what did you beat them in? Yeah, Prez, okay. You're a Disc Priest in 2025. Of course you're playing Prez. Yeah, the thing that you're DMing me about, I noticed that earlier. It's specifically just like a very short duration buff instead of tied to the penance itself, so you can just chain them back to back and stack Holy Ray. It's okay though, next season healer kicks get removed so my party can eat 5 beam channels at the same time. I am the blade of the light.
I find it so funny that they removed Rest of Druid's kick.
What I do, I do.
Hey, we heard people were complaining about only one healer having, or only one class not having a fucking kick, so in return, we've removed Resto Druids. Yeah, but they, in all actuality, they should remove the kick from more than just Resto Druid. Like, it just remove kick from the majority of the healers. Let it go back to being like a, hey, the one thing that's unique about Resto Shaman is the fact that they bring a kick. Remove it from fucking everybody else, and, you know, yeah. It's just funny that for this giant pruning that they're doing, they decided, you know what? Fuck Resto Druid in particularly. It's just weird. I don't disagree with the concept. It's just the way they're doing it is funny.
The rebuilding continues. Silvermoon will know prosperity again.
An epic upgrade.
Aldiel Shalar. The light of the Sunwell be with you.
The light of the
We
Sunwell
find
be with
strength
you.
in the Horde.
That's what you were suggesting? Yeah. I'm just overall very... Kicks feel too overwhelming and require too much coordination for an average player to enjoy keys above 7. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a lot. It is a lot. I'm just overall, I'm very impressed that they actually went ahead with, the healer CD pruning and healer pruning in general. I'm very shocked that they did that. I've been saying that they needed to do this for a while, and I did not expect them to do it, so I respect the balls.
Now another army marches in our streets, saying they're here for our protection. Are you certain of that?
Where am I supposed to go? In here?
I require a target.
Down here? I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be. I think I found myself in some weird murder house. Shield disc works. So what do you... Okay, so you're saying on Void Shields, so you're casting 3 Void Shields and all 3 shields are giving mana return? I'm very happy about it as an idea, but I'm not too fond of removing some gameplay loops. Yeah, I definitely think in some cases they've gone a little too far with some classes. Some classes look better than others. I think, to be fair, that this is a big change, and I think we need to give them a little bit. I think there's going to be a adjustment period where they need to figure it all out. So hopefully the difference between the various classes looks a little bit different by the end of the alpha. But I respect them for trying, and I think they needed to try.
Our enemies will fall. Keep your
This is where the portal is, huh? On the eastern side? Okay.
Any magic I've ever encountered, and I am well practiced. They say that army protects us, but I heard the surge was their doing.
I definitely have a level of concern in regards to where the difficulty loop is going to end up.
State your business.
I'm not 100% sure where they're going to have skill expression remain with how far pruned they went. And that's very important. There needs to still be, like, what you can't have is you can't have a random player that has no idea what's going on come in, play at, 10% of the spec's potential, and the gap between them and somebody that's playing at an absolutely top level be, like, super small, right? Like, there has to be a significant difference between somebody that's optimizing and playing at a high level versus somebody that's just rolling their face over the keyboard. Which means there has to be areas where skill expression can be shown. With the pruning, I'm not 100% sure where that skill expression is going to exist. There are options, but I'm not sure where that's going to end up. And I just got DC'd again. Fuck. We sold. So I'm a little concerned there, but... Hey, Snack. Welcome. Subloops shouldn't be removed or simplified, otherwise we have 3 spells that have a CD and we fill with our efficient heal. Yeah. Yep. We will see. I just want to unlock, like, the ability to do some dungeons. I want to spam some dungeons. I want to try to get a group together when the servers are a little bit more stable to do the raid. So we can go in and try the raid. Because I want to see what it feels like on a boss. I need to experience combat, basically, to see how I feel. It's very, very difficult to judge this stuff without experiencing combat first. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm only 3 hours late. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Your gold is welcome here.
Oops.
Time
I
is
don't
of
care
the
about you as a
essence.
vendor. I care about you
Stay
as a
the-
quest giver. Where am I going now? Back to the middle.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord. We find strength.
Yo, rare upgrade. Let's go.
Anaria Shala. Fight.
Reach Fairbreeze Village. Hell yeah. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how. I can't queue for any dungeons right now. The random dungeon at midnight says I have to advance to a higher level, so I'm assuming I have to level up once, which is why I'm doing the campaign to see if it then unlocks my ability to queue for dungeons. So I'm gonna keep doing the campaign until I can queue for something, and I want to just fuck around with talents and builds and shit like that and try dungeons. That'll also let me get logs of a bunch of interactions, so I can sit there and dig through
Salama
logs instead of testing things on a
Ashalanore.
training dummy.
Farewell.
Sharp
Remember
maw.
the sun well.
Hope
Hold
restore
your
order
head
in
high.
Fairbreeze Village.
Roots brought us both here. Let nature. Perhaps when the Sunwell blew sky high into that swirling vortex? Sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
Scare those fuckers. Have I tested Master of Darkness? Yes. Is there anything you would specifically like to know about Master of Darkness? Other than the fact that it is broken as fuck.
I require a target.
That's all I wanted to hear, yeah. It is very overpowered. Basically, to give you the rundown, the proc chance off of hitting penance is very high. I don't have an exact number, obviously, yet, but it is very high. Yeah, I would say 50, maybe even a little higher than that, but 50 seems about accurate. Its cooldown is an entirely... Oh, it's exactly 50. Oh, okay. You looked at the spell data for it? Or did you just sit there on a training dummy for a while?
I do not have a target.
Okay, it does just have a straight 50% proc flag. Got it. So there you go. 50% proc rate on penance, which is pretty fucking good. It has an entirely separate cooldown than powered shield. So if I find something to hit here, I gotta shoot this mana worm. So when I penance, so you see my powered shield changed into void shield. When I void shield myself, you'll see powered shield is still on cooldown, or is still off cooldown. I can powered shield, and when I proc it again, it's an entirely separate cooldown. The other thing to note is that notice I have a void shield and a powered shield on me at the same time. They are different buffs and stack. The other thing of note is that the cleaved shields do also apply atonement. So you get 3 atonements on the void shield cast. And the reflect damage is working as far as I can tell. Obviously, we're gonna need to like look at logs specifically to see if it's working in general for like tons of different damage events. But it seems to be working so far. So yeah, the button is quite fucking insane. That I can't give a solid answer on that. I need to just start logging stuff and going through and checking all the log events. It's too hard to tell on baseline. I doubt it is, but I just can't tell yet. But it does get beaten up in a tank dummy. Yeah. So yeah, there might still be bugs that need to be handled in regards to like how it handles environmental damage and stuff like that. Like that I'm fully expecting, but it is quite strong. BT2 is 100% absurd. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. That does not surprise me.
I do not have a target.
Does not surprise me. Do I think Powered Shield not going on CD is intended? At the moment, yeah. It seems to just treat it entirely as its own spell, so it doesn't necessarily surprise me that it's just an entirely separate cooldown. But it's hard to tell. I mean, they could decide randomly that that's not intended and that's too overpowered and they want to remove it, but...
I need to target something first. I require a target.
It wouldn't surprise me if they just decide that that's intended. The Void Shield always seems to go on you.
I need to target
I haven't been able to
something
test on a
first.
bunch of people. I kind of would want like a... You can't get it to put all three on other people? Okay. That's something that I would want to see like in a raid log or something, or a dungeon log.
I require a target.
Hopefully, when I level here, it'll let me go into a dungeon. Dummies could be bugged, but buff doesn't stack. So which buff are you talking about? The Void Shield trigger. Oh yeah, you don't want a penance if you haven't consumed your previous Void Shield already. That is, yeah, that just makes sense to me. What am I doing up here? What is this, Mr. Fluff? Oh my god, he's stuck in the fucking thing. Come here. Come on, Katie. How much healing does the plea do? A pathetic amount. It is 686 compared to Flash Heal being 3,795. It's not intended to be a relevant amount of healing. It is entirely just taking the place of Renew. So you're just replacing Renew with Plea, and that's it. I unironically wouldn't be surprised if there's a way to just not even talent Plea.
Running amok.
Like that wouldn't even surprise me if you could just get away with not even talenting it. Because like realistically, with Void Shield being a separate CD and applying 3 atonements, Shield on cooldown at a 6.1 second cooldown, you can fill with some Flash Heals, and Flash Heals, yeah, it's more expensive, but if like 30% of your Flash Heals are Surges, Flash Heals cheaper under the effect of Surge. So like, what scenario would you use it, Plea? Keys, never. You probably don't even talent it in Keys. For raid, it would take the place of Renew. So if you've done any raiding on retail right now with with Renew, you would just hot swap 1-to-1. But again, I'm not convinced that you even need it. I legitimately think you might just be able to get away without even using it. But we'll see. I could be wrong there. What am I looking for here? Oh, this.
Is that all the quests? Still level 80 after 3 hours? Shake my head. What the fuck, man?
A new
I'm
Balori
trying.
Delinar.
There was a bunch of
Stay the
server errors that I was
course.
dealing with at one point, too.
Ah, you hail from above. Do not fear the dark.
What am I supposed to be doing? Citizen helped. Which citizen needs help? Somebody right here.
My poor kitten was savaged. Thank you.
Wait, you're getting... What? Hold on, Sale.
Bardosh
What is the
Ravenori.
scaling on... Oh, it's Lucthos.
Farewell.
What is the scaling on
Hold your head
the
high.
haste scaling? Why is that so low? Oh, your Oracle. Oh. Yep. I'm sitting here like, why is your powered shield so low by base light? Yeah, I forgot. It has the stupid fucking reduced cooldown. Yep. Yep. Dude, I love this zone. I'm so happy we're coming back here. I forgot I can fly. Why am I walking?
You'll encroach no further. My thanks.
Where are we going?
I do not have a target.
Follow the trail to the end.
So, your path leads you here. Perhaps we'll meet again. Wild guide. Speak to me.
Okay. Luckily, I am very close to leveling, and hopefully it just gives me access to dungeons after that, so I can just sit here and spam dungeons. Because that's all I actually want to do. What are we taking to Everbloom? True. I didn't see that same interaction yesterday, so with Evang, I need to test it again today. I haven't done like any Evang testing today. It is not the interaction I thought I saw with it yesterday, though. But we will see. All right, let's gather some shit up. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, little buddies. Come on. Who's a good little light-fed growth? You are. Oops, I didn't mean to evang there. Mind Blast is a raid CD? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm not surprised it's hitting really hard. I kind of assumed it would with the changes. Do you have the spell data open? Can you tell me what the Mind Blast spell power is compared to like a Smite? Yeah, do you have enough people there to test that? When I was at the org ones, I didn't have enough people to test it.
I require a target.
I figured I would have to wait until I had more people around. Yeah, that makes more sense to what I saw yesterday, so that it goes back to the true charges, not resetting it. If it resets, I would be very surprised. Yeah, I'm not sure what dummies you're on, but if you're on dummies that have enough people for you to test the atonement thing, that'd be great. I don't know if you are, though. It doesn't change it. All right. We will test it the old-fashioned way later. Not super worried about it. We'll test that later and figure it out. It'll just be square root. Yeah, I mean probably, but
I need to target something first.
Okay. Optimizing Power Shield Void Blast without losing uses is going to be, is it? I don't know. What do you make, what do you mean it's... So give me an example of what you think a complicated scenario is going to be that makes it hard to optimize around. Like, I get what you're saying in regards to optimization, but I don't know if I would necessarily call it hard. Like, it's got some complications, but enough to call it hard? Yeah, but that's not hard. You just press Power and Shield before you penance, and then after you penance, if you proc Void Shield, you don't recast penance until you use it. Like, is that the bar we're setting for hard?
I require a target.
Not complicated, but yeah, I mean, that's fair. Easy to be inefficient, sure. I just don't know if I would call it complicated or hard or high skill cap. It's just... maybe. We'll see.
I do not have a target.
True. You could be right. I don't know. I should not underestimate the ability for people to be bad.
You have come far, stranger. Wild guide you well.
Dang. Did that open? It did. Sheesh. Did we go into a dungeon?
Honor to you. Do not lose faith. Good day to you. May your heart be true. May the light guide you.
You sent a funny? God damn it, Sale. No. No. Bad. Bad, Sale. Bad. Found a canceller on Void DH2. Okay. What do I want to test in dungeons? Do we want to play Void Weaver or do we want to play Oracle in the first dungeon? I think I want to play Oracle in the first dungeon. So we're going to go Oracle. What do we want to play? I don't even know where to spend all my points. Like, Inner Light is too broken to not take. Is there a world where I still care about Greater Smite as Oracle? Or do I just do something like one path here, take here, go here, say fuck the pet? Go like Shadow Mend. I need BT though. Oh, Plea can come out. I just bugged the tree. Fuck. Okay, hold on. We're gonna reset the whole right tree. Okay. We're gonna take all the Radiance points. I don't care about Plea in dungeons. I want to test Sanctuary, so I'm gonna put the point in that. We need the dot spread points. We need Shadow Tap. We need Occultist. I don't want Abyssal Reverie. I don't want that. So I'm done there. We're going to take Uppies just because fuck it. I'm taking one too many points. It just has to be Sanctuary coming out, right? Fuck. What else can I take out? Like, it just has to be Sanctuary, but I don't want it to be Sanctuary. Unless I run only, like, one dot spread point. I really want to test Sanctuary, though. I really want to test it. Move Uppies. I want these. I want this into this into this. I want this. I need these. I need the 1 point for the other Master of Darkness point. Fuck, man. It's cool how the Apex talents branch out left and right. Yeah. Agreed. This feels so weird not taking any pet, man. Okay, I'm just gonna try this. I need another level to be able to take Sanctuary. Let's try no pet gamer. We're gonna play with no pet. Oops, yeah, I didn't mean to. I meant to be Oracle. I'm not, yeah. It reset when I reset the tree. All right, let's try this. If I'm going to do dungeons, I need to fix my UI real quick. So let me fix my UI. And then once I fix my UI, I'm going to, like, actually log out and log back in. So it, like, saves. Hold on. Yeah, fix UI, close game, so it saves, and then we're going to queue for a dungeon. I just need the UI fixed real quick before I actually do a dungeon. Um. I'm gonna move these over here. Damage meter just doesn't work yet, but we're gonna put the damage meter in the bottom right. Combat timeline. It's gonna go over here. I do want the names. I only want to see it in combat. The 3 action bars. I don't want to see the bar art. We're gonna shrink them way down. Well, these are just gonna hide. Make this vertical. Bring this down. Experience bar can move up to the top of the screen. Horizontal groups. Okay. That should be everything I need, right? Okay. Let me log out. So that saves the changes. Resto Shaman is banned. I mean, it's way too early to say anything about actual tuning or like how the strength of spec, but yeah, from design perspective, they definitely are losers. Shit does not look designed well. This goes live. You probably put quad disc, dude. Can you imagine? Just 4 discs cycling fucking Void Shield. If that's actually what Race ended up being, that would be so fucking funny, man. Alright. Random dungeon. Confirmed Evang gives you charges? That's kind of crazy. So you're spending your charges on like a bunch of healing prior to your Evang. You're then popping Evang, using a bunch of infinite charges, healing for a little bit, then having 2 more charges immediately after to go back into. It's quite crazy. Not gonna say it's weak, but I'm not gonna say I like it. Both can be true. If your average atonement is less than 20, you should delete your disc freeze.
Greetings, traveler. The Rendorai shall prove our worth.
Dude, I had leveled so many characters through this town, man. It's so weird to be back.
We've lost 3 more.
The only thing is, I don't know how many people are going to have leveled at this point, so I don't know how long these dungeon queues are going to be.
Our enemies will fall.
5. Something odd is going on down south, but we haven't the numbers to patrol.
What was I looking at?
Baladash Malinore.
Reflect is good, wowzers. Yeah. 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 I mean, my only concern with it yesterday was whether or not it was going to even fucking work. It's incredibly strong if it works. I just wasn't under the assumption that it was going to work. I mean, CR has been broken for fucking how long?
This is the 3rd time I've been robbed.
But yeah, it is quite insane. I would expect to see some fairly significant changes to Void Shield by the end of the alpha. I don't think this lives like this. There's a boss with a 52.5 million nuke.
Beware, our enemies.
Are you sure you mean million? I have 80k health. Unless that's just supposed to be a white mechanic.
New recruits? Splendid.
Baladash Malinore.
Suspicious. Such as a giant storm of void looming over us all, you mean?
Where's the last thing I need to click? Down here? I'm stuck on a fucking floating piece of shit. From 50% proc chance to 5 by release. Can you imagine? That'd be such a big hit. I don't think it'll go that hard, but they'll definitely change something. Where's this last townsfolk? Oh, down here.
We will persevere. Speak
with the innkeeper. Don't mind if I do. don't mind if I
hope you're
do.
in better straits than my last guest traveler.
Oh,
Your
Mr.
gold is
Innkeeper.
welcome here.
A Void Elf woman rushed out of here last night as if she was trying to flee.
Steady.
Journal found? Where's the journal? Is it upstairs? Might be upstairs. Yeah, it's upstairs. P2 of second boss of Sunwell. Raids, midnight. March 2nd. You're talking Midnight Falls? Stage 2. Which mechanic? Oh, that deals 17.2 million. The Darkwell's immense void beam instantly vaporizes any player within it. I mean, 17.2 million is still a ridiculous number. That's just an insta-kill if that hits you, I guess. I just want to point out, getting this playstyle on disc on the tier, we lose the ability to color frames for atonement. Yeah, I am gonna withhold hope that they do some work on braid frames before midnight release. Ian has made comments about it, so like people have asked him. He said they're aware. He said they're looking at it. The fact that there's been no shown effort in every UI conversation that has been brought up, they haven't shown anything, makes me slightly concerned. But I'm gonna hold out hope for now. Because you bet your ass there's going to be a lot of complaints about this. Dude, Mind Blast actually hits like a truck.
I do not have a target. I need to target.
It's a legit
something
raid CD.
first.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking insane.
I require a target.
Having 2 penance charges is so fucking nice, man.
I need to target something first.
That's true. I haven't tested the Holy Nova. I need to try that at some point.
We embrace power. We do not fear it.
I got Umbrica's channeling focus. Let's go. Wait, is it actually 10k damage on that? There's no way. That button's insane then if that's the case. That's actually nuts. Okay, so I should be talented into that. So fuck the surge points. We're taking the Holy Nova points. Oh, I already have it on my bars. 13k. Oh, that was a critter. I may have to change my Holy Nova keybind. Holy Nova on the CD manager. Good point. That is a good question. Where is it? Options, gameplay, advanced cooldown settings. No, I could not. And here lies my problem with this stuff. Instead of me being able to add it like it's a weak aura, I now have to go request that Blizzard adds the ability to track this and adds it to their thing, and it's going to take a month. This is my concern.
Anubelore Delana, the reckoning is at hand. Glory to the Sindori. State your business. Remember the Sunwell.
Remember the Sunwell. Why doesn't have a... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're just going to design themselves into a corner with the CD manager unless they give us the ability to manually add things by spell ID. I really don't understand why they don't want us to just be able to add things by spell ID. Like, yeah, I get it. They haven't updated the CD manager post redoing all the class reworks, which is the problem. But it should be designed in a way where they don't need to then spend more time fixing them after making changes to the class. Because then what you're going to have is they're going to rework some random talent. That talent's going to change the way something needs to work. And then it's just like it shouldn't work like that. It should be independent, so that way we can either add things based on like fucking ID, or it just auto pulls from like a list that there's plenty of ways to do it, but it should not be up to them having to go in and manually fix it every time they make a change. That's just asking for trouble. I know why did they change Evang? I mean, the goal is to make it so that the ramps are much faster, and to reduce the launch sequence style ramp up windows. I'm not a huge fan of how they have accomplished it with Evang. But yeah, we'll see. It does in fact meet the goal. Seed Manager has been very buggy on live too. Sometimes I have to hit edit mode. Yeah, I mean, my whole issue with all the add-on stuff is like, I agree with the vision. I understand the vision. I'm very concerned about the execution. I'm just not convinced that they can manage the execution properly.
The light is not...
Like, one of the biggest concerns I have is like, how often do you have an add-on break on a new patch, right? And the add-on is broken for some reason or another, like something gets changed and the add-on is broken. How fucking fast does an add-on developer fix that shit? Most add-ons it's fixed within the hour. Some add-ons it maybe takes a couple. Some add-ons are fixed within 10 minutes. And a bunch just never break in general because they actually did their due diligence and went on the PTR and fixed it before the patch went live. But like, you're gonna have like, imagine they remove DBM, right? They remove bigwigs. What happens if we pull a boss and a major mechanic just isn't on the list for bigwigs? It just doesn't show. Are they going to fix that instantly, or are we going to be waiting like a month and a half for them to add it? Like, I need to be shown that they're going to fix that stuff instantly.
May your heart be true.
Is the CD manager tied to talent profile or not? I have no idea, to be honest. I have not really fucked with it at all. I have no idea. I know you can set up profiles for the city manager, but I don't know if it's tied to talent profiles. I think Race World First getting screwed over will give them the scale. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. Like, again, everything they've changed or everything they've done, I think in theory sounds fucking fantastic. I agree with their vision for healing. I agree with the add-on changes. I just am very questionable on execution. I need to see it executed correctly before I fully believe. Outside of the spells not being in there, City Manager seems solid. Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible for what I've seen. I'm sure I'll run into things that I'm not 100% happy with, but I don't. It doesn't have to be a 100% replacement for Weak Auras. I just went to cast Pet as I walked up to these guys and forgot I'm not talented into one. Still a long way to go, but it's a decent start. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, agreed. The problem is that they've made the decision that everything's going to get turned off in midnight, which means decent start, long way to go. They have to fix it all before release.
Worm. You have our thanks.
The twin shooting, the twin's like shooting out of my ass. Yeah. All right, where are these other guys that I need to kill? One's over here.
We shall be on the right side of this conflict.
Two charges of penance is fucking phenomenal.
A target.
Jake, gather at the inn. It's
I know ever talent Void Weaver ever again. Yeah. I mean, two charges, like adding an extra charge to spells has always been like one of my favorite things to do because it makes everything play so smoothly. No, well, that's one of the reasons why I like doing the two charges thing, because it's not a huge power gain. It's just a huge quality of life play.
I do not have a target.
Like, it is almost exclusively a quality of life thing, but it is such a phenomenal quality of life thing.
Peace,
You're safe. Have you seen Umbrica?
Do not give up the fight.
No,
May
he's
your
been
heart be
banned.
true. For justice. May the light guide you.
Oh,
Steady
upgrade?
travels.
It's a mace. I already have an epic staff. What the fuck? Is this the Ghostland town? Yes, this is Tranquillin. Tranquillin? I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Good day to you.
Wow. I waved to Meg and she didn't wave back. Who let you out of the box? What the fuck, Gara? Need to sandbag raid testing. Agreed. Guys, make sure when we do raid... Okay, here's the plan. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. When we do raid testing, okay? We all have to agree. When we do raid testing, do not talent into your Apex points. Just don't talent into them. Can we agree on that?
With an open mind. Maintain focus and control.
Do not talent Apex. Well, you have to talent Piety. You can't untalent Piety. You can just go Void Weaver. Yeah, true. Okay, raid testing, only Void Weaver. Do not raid test Oracle. Only Void Weaver. Play all this. Don't play. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got it.
Peace, friend. Carry on the crusade.
So stupid. Don't say sus, man. Shut the fucking Hunter speaking. You saw somebody log survival? I saw people talking about like major survival changes. What did they do? Is it like a completely new spec again now? That's insane.
All paths are possible.
Do not give up the fight.
Dual survival. You have a Molotov? What the fuck? They managed to remove buttons from VM. That's incredible. I didn't think it had buttons to remove. Sorry, just responding to a DM real quick. Do. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Reaching out to people. Okay, back to gaming. Void Shield being an entirely separate CD is so fucking insane, man. I feel like that doesn't stay, right? Like, there's no way. That it causes so many problems. I mean, not problems, I guess. It's just fucking absurdly strong. Holy Nova. Why'd you say Holy Nova? Also, I'm lagging a little bit.
To target something.
That's a metric ton of damage. Yeah, true. Kind of want to log the fuck in. Then log the fuck in. Dude, there's gonna... Okay. There are gonna be some insane logs. Some insane logs. Where there's gonna be like a 25-second damage window. And somebody's gonna proc Void Shield on every single penance in that window. It's gonna be stupid. And then there's gonna be your prod kill. Yeah, I'm gonna have my prod kill where I get a single proc the entire fight. We love RNG healing mechanics. Woo! It's a 50% proc chance. Per cast, not per bolt. Holy shit, if that was per bolt, man, holy fuck. Per bolt would be insane. Don't worry, guys, I'm trying to Holy Nova, but it's not up, but I can't tell because it's not on the fucking resource cooldown manager. You can actually put the only Holy Nova on it. True. Holy lag. What the fuck?
Greetings. Do not lose faith.
Do not lose faith.
Malinore.
Carry on the crusade.
Is there no buff to try? No, there's no buff. It's just a straight 30-second cooldown ability. Yeah. You're gonna do it tomorrow? Yeah. I'm hoping I can get all these quests done today so I can like try to slam. I gotta do the fucking... I haven't done the Legion Remix shit for Icy Veins still, so I have to do that tomorrow. So I gotta get that done tomorrow, and then I'm hoping to do a bunch of dungeons on here tomorrow. Oh, I think it just crashed. Yep. You finished yours? You were the first person to turn it in? Well, aren't you a fucking Mr. Overachiever? You know what? I'm gonna go copy all your shit. Now, how do you feel? Let's go play Demon Hunter. Wait, did the fucking server just go down? Hello? Why is it offline? Okay, so there's a Legion Remix guide. It plays the same as live, but there's no Delve guide 3 seasons later. Okay. 1, fuck you. 2, fuck you. 3, I'm legally obligated to make a Legion Remix guide. Did the server just die for everyone, or just me? Pulling up random stream. I think it's dead for everyone. Okay, what do we want to bitch about while we wait for the servers to come back up? Surely there's stuff we can bitch about. What's everybody's best idea to how to fix evangelism? What would you want to see evangelism look like? It's a break while they give me my alpha. I don't know if that's true, man. Cast Halo instead of Rad Halo should apply atonement. We somehow always come back to Halo should apply atonement, don't we? What does a personally tailored alpha access look like? Talent trees are out on Wowhead. Going to Wowhead. They are. Okay. Let's fucking ride. Please hold. All right. What are we doing? So just starting on the class tree, you always want Angelic Feather. You're going to take the stat nodes. You're going to take the damage node. You're going to take the stam node. You're going to take PI and twins. You're going to take... I mean, you'll probably take these. You'll take leap. You're going to take the haste, the leech, and fade. You're going to take death and twist of fate. You're going to take twin discipline. You're going to take binding heal. You're going to take desperate prayer. How many more points do I need to spend? You take Psychic Scream. You take Surge. Or depending on the situation, you just don't take Psychic Scream and you just take these. I mean, I'll just think pure output right now, not utility. So this is no utility. You take Fade. You have to take Mind Pierce. You're going to take double Spell Warding to get Benevolence. You're going to take Protective Light. You're going to take... I don't really know if I give a shit about Unwavering Will. I guess I'll take the Desperate Prayer cooldown reduction. No utility. We don't have any to begin with, yeah. I mean, so at this point, like, we could take Phantom Reach. At this point, we have 4 points left. We could just take all the rest of, like, we could just do all this, but, like, they're not very good points. Or we could backfill and, like, grab all of our utility. Activating Aura Mastery now casts Divine Toll at 100%. What the fuck? I mean, this looks stupid, but you can technically just do this, right? And just, like, have everything here. You can have almost the entire capstone. But I don't even think this is worth it. Like, fucking 10% cast time reduction on Flash Heal isn't even all that good. 10% extra health from this. Angelic Bulwark's fucking dog shit still. Like... I don't know. We I almost feel like we have so many points in the class tree and nothing to spend them on because everything's fucking dog shit. Like, I think you just take all these 4 points out and just spend them on whatever utility you want. Utility button, utility button. Maybe you just take sheer terror and fucking psychic voice. I don't know. These last points are pretty whatever. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna leave that for now. Assuming Oracle. You fill in all those. Okay, so Sailor. Assuming we're playing around your permanent shield rotating radiance shit. Pay the toll, buddy. Pay the toll. You're doing shield disc, I'm assuming, to be able to afford doing this, and especially considering it works with Void Shield, yeah? Actually, that's something I didn't check. Sailor, do you remember how much Void Shield costs? Or does anybody remember how much Void Shield costs, mana-wise? I didn't actually check that. Does it say? I don't think it does. I might have to check that when I log back in. Do. As a server, not up yet. Okay. What the fuck am I doing here? You just go there. You go Indemnity, Evang, Purge the Wicked, Double Borrowed Time, Inner Focus, Divine Aegis, Eternal Barrier, Castigation, Double Blaze, Wheel. Like something like this? Is this stupid? No plea, no divine procession, just all the shield nodes, shield and penance nodes. This is just entirely built around fucking maintaining your dot and then pressing Radiance, Penance, and Shield. And therefore Void Shield. Maybe. This is fucking weird. All right, hold on. Let me turn this off for a second. Reboot the game. See if it lets me back in. Servers are still down. Did they say anything about servers going down? Did they crash or did they intentionally take them down? Let's see. Oh boy. Let's see. Is there anything on the forums? Public already got his feedback post up. What the fuck? It's fast as fuck, boy. Shadow Priest feedback and bugs. Midnight Alpha. Yeah, switch this back over to Chrome. Yeah, that's annoying. This one's so funny. So they removed Void Torrent for Shadow Priest, but didn't change the trigger for Entropic Rift and Void Weaver for them. So currently they just have no way of proccing Void Weaver. Could start writing yours while you wait. Yeah, I could. I probably will after. I'm gonna read through Publics here, and then I'll start writing mine. You guys can help me brainstorm as we go. But yeah, this shit's fucking hilarious. They literally just straight up yoinked fucking Void Torrent out of the game, but then didn't change the trigger. So like if you look at Shadow Void Weaver, Void Torrent tears open an Entropic Rift, but they don't have it. So they just can't use Void Weaver right now. They just don't have any way of proccing it. The whole tree is just dead right now for them. So I'm assuming they're gonna fix this at some point. The question is whether it's gonna be. I mean, so you could do one of two things, right? You could either just change the ability that activates Entropic Rift for them, tie it to something else. But when I was listening to Selder talk and Public talk. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, I'm not an expert in Shadow, so I don't know. But both of them sounded iffy on whether or not there was something that made sense to tie it to. The idea that I like the sound of better is changing it so that, like, talenting into Entropic Rift gives you Void Torrent as a spell. So, like, you just get Void Torrent by talenting into Entropic Rift, and that is the button that that activates the Rift for you. But they'll have to do something, because, yeah, they just don't have access to Entropic Rift right now. It's really funny that he's listing this as a bug when it's like, I guess it's bugs / issues, which is true. It is an issue. Only attacks enemies the priest is personally in combat with rather than all enemies. Okay. With Void Bolt no longer refreshing dots, there's little ways to engage or manage them in AoE situations. Maybe shabby apparitions or the mechanic can help fill a gap. Yeah, that sounds annoying. Having the option to tint nameplate colors based on dot state would greatly improve clarity in multi-target encounters. Yeah, cool. Yeah, dots in the cooldown manager would be fucking insane. Yep, that seems all valid. Seems valid. I also will say, I love how in all of these cases, Blizzard has explicitly called out like launch sequences. I love how they've attached to the statement of like launch sequences. It's so funny. Like it's not wrong, but it's just hilarious that they've actually started calling them launch sequences. Need my nuclear launch codes before I press penance and do a billion void shield. Yeah. Okay. Let me get something open here. All right. Sorry, flashbang. I should have warned you. All right. Is launch sequence just an yeah, they're basically just saying turn on dark reader. Is there a dark mode for this? I have no idea. How the fuck do you turn on dark mode? Oh, it's an extension. Oh, I'll figure that out. I'll look for that later. Oh, here, hold on. Dark reader, add to Chrome, add extension. There you go. Better. Also, why cast Plea when we have Flash Heal? So the primary benefits of Plea would be that it's an instant cast, so it's usable while moving. So if you're stuck in a scenario where you need to be running around or whatever, you have access to Plea still, whereas you can't plant, or if you can't plant and cast Flash Heal. The other benefit is that without Surge procs, Flash Heal is more expensive than Plea mana-wise. So it is more efficient of an atonement applicator from a mana perspective. Okay. Let me just text somebody real quick and then we will start linking some stuff up here. So why not just leave in renew? So I think the general goal was basically to take buttons that either felt the problem is renew is basically never worth pressing as shadow and was incorrect to press as holy unless they were talented into greater renew, and then it was just like yet another random button to press that wasn't super impactful. But so like with the goal of reducing button bloat, they wanted to identify spells that could feasibly be removed. So they identified renew as one of those buttons that served little purpose for both holy and shadow. So they wanted to axe renew from the class tree. The problem is Disc kind of needed that kind of spell to fill its niche. So instead of allowing Disc's need for the spell to force it to stay in the class tree and as a bloated button on the other two classes, they just axed it and gave us plea in the Disc tree to give us the ability to grab that spell if needed instead of forcing both of the other specs to have it in their class tree. Okay. So, major points. I'm just going to start a bullet point here. Actually, how do I want to do this? We'll do bugs. I'm not going to go through bugs right now. I have to do a bunch of in-depth testing on that kind of stuff. Major issues, minor concerns. So, major issues, we've got what? Evangelism, ultimate penitence, inner light and shadow, what the fuck do I want to include Master of Darkness? I mean, Master of Darkness is insane. Do I want to call it an issue? I mean, it kind of is. That's fucking way too powerful. But I don't think I want to... Do I want to start talking about it being a major issue until I've had a chance to see how combat flows in general? Like, I might just ignore it for now until I actually get a chance to do some dungeons. I think I leave it off until I get a chance to do some dungeons. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily talking about like, hey, this whole thing needs to be removed, but certain interactions like all of the shields applying atonement is likely too strong with how often you get access to it. But we'll see. I'll ignore it for now. Those points are going to be incredibly powerful regardless. But maybe that's just intended. I haven't really looked at the Apex talents of other classes to see how it feels. Greater Smite. I'm going to put that on here. Could just make it its own header. Yeah, maybe. You think the CD part? Yeah, I agree with that. It probably should absolutely share a CD with actual powered shield. Because it's gonna get really degenerate as well when you're like penance, powered shield, void shield, penance, regular shield, another void shield. Like you're just you're gonna spend so much time casting shields with those two having independent cooldowns and such a high proc rate. And the fact that they stack, like, should they stack? I don't know if they should stack. Yeah, exactly. Like, and you probably only need a few casts in between some of those to have it come to have all the powered shields come back up. Like, you're probably looking at powered shield, penance, mind blast, void shield, redot, powered shield. Like, you're looking at like a couple casts in between there. No alpha. Rip. Rip. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put an undecided section down on here for things that I'm not sure if I want to talk about. Things I'm not sure I want to talk about or need to test further. Apex talents. Okay, I'm gonna be real. Hear me out. Powered Shield gains a second charge, shares CD with Void Shield, and Void Shield doesn't apply a tone besides the original target. Yeah, I mean, I think that automatically makes it a lot more fair. 2 charges of shield would be fine. It just shares a CD with Void Shield. So like, if you penance and get a Void Shield, you can Void Shield and still regular shield. That also allows like some insane high roll where you can, as Oracle, penance Void Shield if they both have 2 charges. But I think immediately that already sounds more balanced. Like, you're not getting the atonement healing, or you're not getting the atonement application on all of them. Yeah, no, absolutely. The main shield should 100% always apply atonement. It's just kind of insane that you're getting the extra 2 atonements on top of the already incredibly powerful effect. Yeah, should the CD of Void Shield be shared with regular Powered Shield? Maybe give a second charge instead of being independent. Should the splash shields of Void Shield apply atonement? They currently do. Can you go back over your major issues? Yeah, I haven't even started writing any of that. I'm just like putting initial notes down. So we're going to go into all of those still. I think even if you proc versus it resets power. Yeah, I mean, that could also work. Yeah. Proc. Good. Hand is shifted on the keyboard. Could also reset CD. That could be an option. Yeah, it's the Apex nodes called Master of Darkness. They're down here, all the way at the bottom. So you get Penance has a chance to upgrade Powered Shield into Void Shield. And Void Shield is you get 3 powered, basically 3 shadow shields instead of 1 regular shield. So it goes on 1 target and then also shields 2 other targets. But the way it works right now is that it is a completely independent cooldown to Powered Shield. So when you penance, like, let's say you Powered Shield and then penance, when your Powered Shield button turns into Void Shield, it's just off cooldown because it's an entirely separate shield. So then you can cast Void Shield immediately. The Void Shields that splash also apply atonement. So you get 3 atonements for that button. And on top of that, the Powered Shield and Void Shield stacks. So you can get like an 18,000 Void Shield on top of a 16,000 Powered Shield on 1 target. So we're just getting back into like Season 2 Oracle shielding issues again, with stacking shields on top of each other. And then not only that, but the other Apex point, the other Master of Darkness point, is that 50% of the damage Void Shield takes is reflected and triggers atonement healing, which is incredibly powerful, assuming it works. So those points are fucking absurdly strong right now. And then even just these generic stat ones, I mean, these are just 2 points for 5% shadow damage and atonement healing each. and you can put 2 points into it. So for 2 points, you just get 10% shadow damage and atonement healing, which is incredibly strong. Divine Procession with it, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. There's definitely, like, I'm still trying to figure out how I want to do all this, right? Because, like, the Shadow Mend and Harsh Discipline points could just not be worth it, right? Like, we could take out these 2 points, go here, take this, go here, and, like, I don't know, I need this for pathing. Take, like, Indemnity for Sanctuary and play Smite build, right? And this is just, like, spamming smites with Sanctuary and Divine Procession. Like, that could be insane. Like, there's a handful of different ways you could do this. Does that also double dip like Inner Shadow? I would assume by default, no. Inner Shadow is just stupid. Also, this doesn't have Inner Shadow on it. They didn't put Inner Shadow on our tree for some reason. I need to tell Wowhead they missed Inner Shadow on our tree. I'm not being stupid, right? Like, we're just missing Inner Shadow. Messaging Wowhead. Hey, on the new talent trees, looks like a node got cut off on the bottom. Inner light and shadow should be directly below wheel and woe, but is missing. Should be in between. Okay, they're aware of it. They are aware of it. Does the Master of Darkness shields give 3x the CDR for paint sub? That is a very good question that I didn't test. So we will test that when servers come back up, which they are still down. Hello, Mr. Flucid. I'm writing to inform you that your alpha is buns. Late to the discussion is the 3 shield random or proximity based. I don't know. I need to, for testing like targeting and stuff like that, I need bigger groups to test. So it's hard to tell. It seems proximity based, but I can't, based on just what I've seen from running around in the open world, I'm going to guess proximity, but I'm not promising that as an answer. Yeah, I mean, so Sailor already tested earlier. Shield Disc is getting the 3x proc, which means it is probably treating it as a power word shield, which means I wouldn't be surprised if it gets the paints up cooldown. And yeah, I messaged my guy at Wowhead and he said they're aware, so I probably should have read what you just read first and not wasted his time, but oops. My bad. Okay. What else did I want on this list? What is Shadow Tap? What are you talking about? Can I bitch about Wheel and Woe existing? Not at the moment, no. Oh, you mean this? Oh, this is actually very good. Mind Blast hits like a fucking truck. It actually, like, Mind Blast hits really hard now. I'm not gonna bitch about Wheel and Woe for now. Obviously, it's not amazing that it still exists, but it's still a 30% modifier. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to deal. Wheel and Woe is very low on my priority right now. How do you not get that? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in a spot where you're kind of forced to go through it, kind of like you're getting bottlenecked through these 3 talents, right? So you're kind of forced to go through them, even if you don't want them. Especially considering you have like Occultist and Purge the Wicked here for just these large percentage modifiers that you like kind of have to take. So you're kind of forced through Holy Ray and Shadow Tap to get to them. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What was I doing? Pulling up my list. What else did I want to talk about? I want to talk about atonement, scaling, target count, scaling, combined with piety. That I have concerns. I think that specific interaction could be very damaging. I think those are the major concerns right now. Minor ones. What did I have on the list? Bright Pupil. It's actually very healing, yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Very minor, but Shadowmend gating Harsh Disc. Doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, pets. Weak. And long CD. No, I'm gonna put the pets one in. I want to do more testing on this first. I'm not gonna put that in anything. I want to look at our full profile before I start bitching about tuning on pets. What else? What else? What else? What else? Are we seriously still? Let me reboot the client real quick. Oh, we're still down. Other major concerns. I think that might be it on the class tree. Yeah, it's just the 200% direct heal. So it just heals for a lot when you press it. Which is kind of intended to mimic the existing evangelism big heal. But yeah, you would just like use it to spam a bunch of rads to get atonement coverage. It's not my favorite. It's going to be one of the things that I talk about. I think that's all the major points I want to talk about here. Why do we have Unwavering Will if Greater Smite exists? Well, Unwavering Will doesn't give Smite cooldown anymore. Unwavering Will is just Flash Heal. I know the tooltip on here still says Smite, but it's not. In-game, it's only Flash Heal. Yeah, that's just a tooltip thing. It's only flash heal. Unspec never using. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like, I had him in here, but like, that's what I was saying. Like, once you get, so let me pull out like these random utility points. So, like, once you get to this point on the tree, right? Just looking at class tree, just looking at the class tree side, I have 4 points available. What the fuck do I take? And this is assuming raid, right? This is assuming raid. So you probably don't need fear. You don't need mass dispel unless it's a very specific mechanic that actually allows you to mass dispel. So what do you take? You can spend a point on 10% extra HP on Desperate Prayer, and you can take Angelic Bulwark, but Angelic Bulwark is fucking ass. So I guess you can take 10% extra HP on your Angelic Bulwark, or on your Desperate Prayer. But you still have 3 more points. What do you take? Do you take 2 points in Unwavering Will for 10% cast time reduction on Flash Heal? Phantasm is super niche. This is like open world solo play content stuff. I guess you could spend a point on Tithe Evasion. You've got all your like utility, like your 3 Psychic Scream nodes, 2 Dominate Mind nodes, and a Shackle node. But in most raid encounters, you're not going to use any of those 3. You've got your 2 Dispels. I guess you could take Body and Soul, Inspiration. I don't know. Like none of these are really enticing options. Like once you get to this point, you just don't really have a ton of options. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna start writing up some more details about these points. Let me know if you guys think of anything else. Okay. Oh, let's see. All right. I can't really think of anything else major in the spec tree right now. So, like, I'm not 100% sure. The Apex talents are likely too strong and some of the interactions need to be changed. The pet is probably too weak with too long CDs, but we'll figure that out. I need to test stuff before I make too many comments on that. I think these are the 5 major issues. These are minor. I think I want to... Do I want to bring up our defensive package? Like, why are there fucking 6 points around Fade? It takes 4 points for us to get Fade DR in our tree. Like, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue because we just have so many points in this tree, so you can just get so many things. So, like, maybe it's intentional that you have to spend so many points because they just needed things to force you to spend points on. But it feels odd that you have to spend that many points on Fade just to get 10% DR. So I could bring up stuff like that. I could bring up the no mobility button again. I mean, I brought it up in every single feedback post. Gib mobility. Lack of agency in combat. I could bring that up again. Raid CD AoE life grip. AoE life grip would be so fucking fun, man. I don't think I want to comment on our defensive package for now because I need to see. I need to see what actual combat looks like. Plea makes no sense. I mean, it's literally just filling the niche of I need an instant cast atonement applicator. I know. I agree. It's weird. But it's also like just don't talent into it if you don't need it, right? Like my point is that there's more important things to spend time on complaining about that I don't know if we need to complain about plea right now. Yeah. I mean, maybe I can just... Oops. I don't know. I might bring that up. I don't know. I'm going to put it down here for now. I'm undecided. I'm undecided. I get your points. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm going to wait until I get to actually test that raid encounter that's on the PTR right now before making a full decision on whether or not that gets included. Okay. I'm going to skip talking about evangelism for a second because I think that's going to be the most complicated. I'm going to talk about Greater Smite to start. Buff disc. Yes, you're right. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, also, why the fuck are you awake? You're blasting maps. Coparter. Okay. What do we want to talk about first? Sorry, just responding to somebody real quick. Talk about mobility. I have that. That's 0.6. Give mobility. That's on the list. Yeah. Okay. We can start with Inner Light and Shadow. I agree. Okay. So if on GCD and mana tuning is relevant, then this adds a bunch of annoying empty GCDs throughout your rotation, swapping back and forth between the damage buff and the mana cost reduction. This is not fun or engaging gameplay. If on GCD and mana tuning is irrelevant, then you turn on Inner Shadow and ignore. If off GCD, then you macro this to a fuckload of spells and completely ignore. None of these options result in interesting or engaging gameplay. I think that about covers it for Inner Light and Shadow. Obviously, I'll word this nicer for the actual post, but I think that covers it. Give me 1 second. Just have to respond to a text. What should be done to fix it? Replace it. Yeah, I mean, I can put some options to replace. Options to replace. Even with a perhaps I could do X instead. Yeah. Okay. So options to replace. What do we have? Yeah, I mean, just remove. That's one option. Another option would be lights. Umbrica forced me to put this on here. He had a gun to my head. Okay. What else? It could be reworked into like a more passive thing. Reworked into a passive instead of active with various conditions, with various cast conditions to force a stance swap. I mean, that could be, I don't know if they want to get that complicated with it, but it could be like Mind Blast pushes you into the damage amp, whereas Radiance can't puts you into the healing amp, and like you have to sequence around something like that. Umbrica. Okay, they're so stupid. They're not gonna take Inner Light and Shadow and replace it with a brand new healing cooldown. The whole point of these changes is to reduce the number of buttons and reduce the number of healing cooldowns in the game. They're not going to turn around and yeah, fucking 1 minute 30 seconds CD Halo Atonement. You're so stupid. Maybe just when it's Shadow, Mind Blast, Smite glows on light. Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. I'm just gonna put down like the auto swaps on specific cast, like Mind Blast and Radiance for now. I would take Schism. No, you wouldn't. There's no world where you would take Schism over just taking Inner Light and Shadow, putting it on fucking Inner Shadow, and ignoring it. Inner Shadow permanently on Shadow is way better than Schism. Like that, both would just be passives, but Schism would be more annoying. You would never take Schism over just a permanently on Inner Shadow. Who cares that it's weaker? But what I'm saying is you're not even interacting with the negative parts of Inner Light and Shadow if you just put it on Inner Shadow and ignore it. My tiki bind is empty on that's the whole problem. You want Schism back because your tiki bind is empty. Did you get fucking Shadow Covenant out of here, man? Also, what's really depressing is I just read the first 4 words. No, 6 words. I read draws on the power of Shadow, and I immediately knew that was the fucking Shadow Covenant tooltip. Immediately. I didn't even need to read the rest. I just draws upon the power of Shadow, and I was like, that's the fucking Shadow Covenant tooltip. What is wrong with me? Am I that fucking scarred from old Shadow Covenant that I noticed that immediately? Take me back? No. You know what the problem with old Shadow Covenant would be at this point? You know how Shadow Covenant, the absorb that it applied, you could then heal off and it would count towards HPS? Warcraft logs would never allow that nowadays. That would be removed. Any healing done to heal through that absorb would not work. Spiritual now appears on the level 50 row in place of Luminous Barrier. God damn it, Seth. Now distance 0 HPS, so you can't heal it off anymore. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest. I think this version of Disc is broken as fuck. Like, the more we look at this kind of stuff, I actually think this spec is broken. I think there's some issues that are clunky that I'm not a fan of, but I think it's incredibly strong. Okay, but I'm saying you want a rad, yeah, that's fair. But I'm saying even ignoring the rad, like, yes, I agree. I'm gonna talk about Ultimate Radiance. I'm gonna talk about Ultimate Penitence. I think they're both problems, but the spec in general is incredibly strong. But yes, Evangelism is on the list. I'm gonna talk about it. I just haven't written stuff down on it yet because I don't even know where to start. Where's the German? The German is in America. He's vacationing in Florida right now. Wake him the fuck up. He's up. Umbrica is mad you aren't in my Twitch chat right now. We're working on a feedback article on stream. Log in. He's getting bothered on his fucking vacation, man. All right. Do we have any other options or ideas? I mean, so the other option, I guess, would be the third option here. He opens the stream and sees Three Stooges spamming Halo Atonement. Why would anybody vacation in the US? I don't know, man. Don't ask me. The point of time off is to test alpha. True. Okay. I guess the third option here would be make the stance swap actually do something in that global. Which I don't even know. Like, I guess I don't even know what it would do. Like, what do you even have it do? Does Inner Shadow just like do damage? Does it just become a damage button? But like, you don't want that, because then suddenly it's like, if it's tuned better than a smite, now you're like forcing swaps because it's a stronger button. Like, applies one atonement each time you swap. But your point B literally reads Twilight Equilibrium. Yes, I know. The funny thing is, with all of the changes they made, Twilight Equilibrium would honestly, unironically, be decent. But also, the point of, like, the difference between this and Twilight Equilibrium is that Twilight Equilibrium required you to alternate every single spell cast, where the intent behind this one would be that you're changing into a stance, staying in that stance for an extended period of time until you switch to another stance, and then switch back. Like, so you would Mind Blast, do a whole bunch of DPS stuff, spend a whole bunch of time in your active stance, then switch back to the mana reduction stance, apply a bunch of atonements, and then switch back to your damage stance with another Mind Blast, right? Like, you would be spending windows in stances instead of going back and forth. Stances just don't have, like, yeah, sure. Then we go to the fucking remove option, which is why that's number A. Or number A. That's why that's option A, which is just get the fucking rid of it. I honestly, the more I think about the make it do something in the global, I have no fucking idea. Best option. Please use. There. And he just literally should have ended Discrease. Okay, I'm going to talk about Greater Smite real quick, because Greater Smite is a simple one. Duration of the debuff, or of the buff, needs to be slightly longer. Likely around the 4-second, not 43-second, 4-second window. You don't want it too long to the point where this becomes a maintenance buff where you're constantly weaving smites to keep it active in the middle of other sequences. But it needs to be long enough that you can cast a penance, dispel, feather, etc. without fear of it immediately falling. Umbercat, Small Priest responded and said, I'm currently very busy watching the Five Nights at Freddy movie. So unfortunately, he will not be joining us. Maybe minor concern, the Holy Ray thing. Why is that a concern? What are we concerned about with Holy Ray? Do you have to clip? I'm pretty sure you can just send them back to back. Do you have to clip them to get it to get that to work? If you do, I can put that on there. I'll put that down here. Holy Ray, do you have to clip penances to extend buff? Yeah, I'll double check that. If you have to clip it, then sure. Yeah, that's a problem. You shouldn't need to clip it to do that. If they're going to make it a buff, you either need to be able to send them back to back to get benefit, or they just shouldn't allow you to do it at all. But yeah, I agree. That's stupid if that is the case. I was under the assumption that I had done it by just spamming the button, or by just sending it back to back, but maybe I clipped slightly early. I don't think there's really too much else to say about Greater Smite, right? Like that basically covers the whole thing with Greater Smite. Like we want the duration of the buff to be slightly longer. I think 4 seconds is probably around where it makes sense, because 4 seconds gives you the ability to cast another ability and have a little bit of time for latency and, you know, bad play without it just immediately falling off. You're grit with Greater Smite and Divine Procession. What did you say? Did my headset just fucking turn off? It did. Please turn back on. Greater Smite plus Procession is a stupid loop. You will rad twice, start chaining smites, and if the window allows more than 2 globals, Penance Powered Shield, you'll just have 9 atonements at all times. Yeah. You're just talking about the cast time with the way it interacts with Procession. Yeah, let me think about that. I'm going to put that down here as well. Divine Procession plus Greater Smite. Concerns about infinite 9 atonements. Could also be some weird degen scenarios where, like, you hit specific smite or haste breakpoints where you're allowed to keep up even more. So yeah, I'll look at numbers on that. Let's see. Do we want to talk about uppies next, or do we want to talk about the atonement target count scaling combined with piety? Uppies because it's short. Is uppies short? I don't know if it is. We could talk about uppies, that's fine. I mean, so the problem with uppies is they actually made it hit quite fucking hard. It's quite strong. You'd rather uppies be a node with evangelism than barrier. Evag will have as many points as you have disc players in the... Yeah, you're not wrong. I think the problem with uppies is this is going to be decisive, right? It's going to be very English. I don't even know where to start. Like, Put uppies where inner light and shadow is. That's an interesting thought. So the only problem with putting uppies where inner light and shadow is it has to go with another CD, because the express purpose of what they're trying to do by putting it on choice notes like this is to reduce the number of healing CDs in the game at one time. So they're not going to allow us to separate those. We could make the argument that it should be on a choice node with evangelism. Or I don't think with pet is likely, because then it has the two supporting nodes below it that make no fucking sense. Make lenience 5% and put it on a choice node with barrier. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they're going to want to do like these 2 points do something completely different based on what the first choice node you picked were. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm all for like talking about putting uppies as a choice node with evangelism instead. Like, I think that's a valid option. Give you throughput versus throughput. But the problem is, like, I think uppies itself, without at 4-minute CD and without any atonement application built into the spell, I don't know, like, how does it compete? Like, you're taking your only way of really getting full atonement coverage and putting it up against a long 4-minute CD that needs atonement up. Remove lenience and put it there. Well, removing lenience and putting uppies there would then again be splitting the cooldowns, and they don't want that. They're basically saying we're going to have access to at most 3 buttons, which is like one of these two, uppy or Evang and Shadow Fiend. They're not going to give you another. So if we wanted to move it, it would have to like either move with barrier, which at that point you're just reordering, which is not the point of this, or it would have to move to be shared with evangelism. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to. This is why I was surprised when you guys said, "Oh, just do uppies; it'll be easy." I don't think this is an easy conversation. I think there's a lot of things to be concerned about here. I think the first thing to bring up is just the cooldown. 4 minutes is too long for modern fight design. I think it would be cool as fuck. Drain your capstone area point economy. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they'd do it, but I don't disagree. That is true. I do say modern fight design, but what I'm specifically talking about when I say modern fight design is fight length. Now, fights could be very different in length now. I don't know. But the problem is it's less how often that boss does damage and more how long the boss is. Like take Mugsy for example. The only way you were only getting 2 casts on Mugsy of uppies. And the only way you were getting 2 casts of uppies on Mugsy was casting one of them early into like almost nothing. So you were getting a shit cast at the beginning and 1 decent cast on the fight. Yeah. What do you just say? 4 minutes is 1 cast on early bosses on farm, 2 casts on penultimate boss and last boss, but one of the casts is shit. Like, it's just too long of a cooldown. So I think step 1 is just reduce the cooldown of uppies. 4 minutes just doesn't fit into modern fight length. Also, are we still down? I don't disagree. I mean, so the question would be, like, where else do we put it? If we're not putting it there. Your only really other option is putting it on a choice node with Evang. I mean, we could have it on a choice node with Evang where it's like, yeah, a 3-minute cooldown, but it applies atonement to the whole raid and then does all of its penances. Oh, we got in. All right, let's look at this for a second. Below Evang? But again, they're not like we can talk all day. Like, yeah, you could put Overloaded with Light there, do it like then that node would then have to do something for evangelism too. What does it do with Evang? Yeah, like that would then have to modify Evang somehow. I don't know. I think so far the only thing that really matters to talk about here is, like, obviously I'll have plenty more to talk about for uppies, but 4-minute CD has no place in due to modern fight lengths. You get 1 use on early boss. Or 2 uses total, with 1 being shit just to cycle. Hi, Meg. Okay, we'll leave that there for now. And we're gonna do more on beta. Hi, Drake. I wonder if there's a world where it makes sense to choice node. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that a little while ago. The problem, like, I think it could, right? You could have like this choice node with a shadow versus a light cooldown option. The problem you're going to run into is you have to be able to design. Yeah, exactly. The problem you're going to run into is you have to be able to design IT and then the Mindbender node to also work with uppies then. Like, you have to have those 2 points below Shadow Fiend somehow modify a completely different and completely irrelevant spell. Like, is there any examples of that in any of the other trees? Like, I don't think they do that anywhere, right? Not that I'm aware. I could be wrong, though. Or they just don't exist anymore. Yeah, I mean, you could just bake IT in and get rid of Mindbender. And then it's just picking... Why did my fucking thing just reset here? Oh, is this like if I get hit by the void shit, I fucking lose them? Did I like get hit and drop them all or something?
Baladash Malanore.
No, what the fuck am I doing here? Do I have to do this in a specific order? Resto Druid did have 1 point that was for Incarnate Convoke. Yeah. Okay, I mean, if that's possible, then we could consider that. Like, how different are the buffs? Are they like radically different buffs, or are they both like very similar changes to both spells? Like, what does it actually do?
To teach you. Do not bend to the whispers.
How the fuck do I even give you permission to post it? I don't even know. Just DM it to me and I'll post it. Oh, that's how that... There we go. Thank you, Meg. That's the difference. Cenarius' guidance. Incarnation Tree of Life. During Incarnation Tree of Life, you summon a Grove Guardian every 10 seconds. The cooldown of Incarnation Tree of Life is reduced by 5 seconds. Oh, okay, so those are just entirely different. Yeah, okay. Mindbender, Uppy supplies Spirit Shell. One of those things is not like the other. But yeah, I mean that could be an option. So I mean, would you prefer that over it being on a choice node with evangelism? That sounds based. Do not say that sounds based to Spirit Shell. That does not sound based.
I wouldn't cross me if I were.
Although fuck Preservation of Ogres, so maybe we do want Spirit Shell.
The shadows.
If I can't, yeah, exactly. If I can't have fun, no one can.
Possibilities.
This is Umbrica's villain arc. I have to do a delve? Fuck. All right, hold on. Let me switch to... Rather have a choice node between light and shadow on a node in a tree and still lose power on my cooldown, kind of. Like... Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you can use uppies with Evang as well. Can I test the Fade talent? Yeah, sure. There we go. My Fade keybind broke earlier. Let me fix that. The penance chain. I have to go back Oracle for that, man. Hello, Valera. Too bad. Please be a damage dealer. Yeah, see? I didn't clip there, and it stacked fully. I was gonna say, I thought you didn't have to clip it. I was pretty sure I was doing it earlier without clipping it. The buff is kind of long. Yeah, it gives you a little bit to it. Like, it's really not bad. Yes, you do. I'm feared. Okay. I may have pulled too much. I'm just gonna get chain feared. Fear ward yourself. It's okay. Luckily, I'm just chaining fucking void shields and powered shields, and I'm just invincible. I don't know if you're still here, Meg, but welcome to the powered shield build. They've made the problem worse. Look out, look out, look out, look out, look out. Stop fearing me! Shield and penance on GC as intended. I don't know. I'm 100% sure some of the interactions here with like the two shields sharing cooldown and them stacking and stuff like that will probably get removed. Check your windows tonight. Xbox log out. Oh, that's what I wanted to check. Let me get a void shield. So 48 seconds left on that cooldown. No, that was just the 3 seconds. Yeah. So interestingly enough, it doesn't give duplicate cooldown then. It only gives the single cooldown. Which is honestly not what I was expecting after Zelda said it was doing full mana return. Hold on. Is that damage what I just think it was? Hold on. It doesn't show it well. Fuck. Like I'm pretty oh, yeah. Okay. So he jumped me and the void hit my void shield and took fucking 5k damage. He literally like deleted half his own HP off of the reflect. The reflect is so stupid. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the fucking clone. There's the clone. How much is 5k non-classic numbers? Well, my Shadow Word Pain is ticking for 123. Oh, we're good. This Apex talent is fucking giga broken. No, we're good. The fact that it does atonement healing is literally written in the tooltip. That's not a that's not a like, oh, it's working on alpha but probably isn't intended. That's intended. Like this is the tooltip for it. It's literally a talent point. Your void shield reflects 50% of the damage taken to an enemies, causing atonement healing. It's incredibly good. Prez is shit, is it? I've heard such conflicting things on Prez, man. I have no idea if it's good or bad. Half the people I talk to say Prez is fucking insane, and the other half of the people that I talk to says it's dog shit. I have no idea what to believe. Why am I having so much? These nameplates are weird. You spend your essence burst on flowers, spam hots, and your ramp is 20 men dream breath will spam flowers to proc and golf. Interesting. I keep forgetting I need to be using fucking Holy Nova because it's not on my fucking resource tracker. Thanks, Blizzard.
to target something
I
first.
void shielded right as he jumped and he fucking blew himself up. It's honestly so satisfying. The shield reflects. I always wish CR was decent, and this is just a better CR. Yeah, having the double penance, the double penance charge is fucking insane, man. I don't care what people say about like, oh, it's so much more boring than fucking premonitions. I love when spells have 2 charges. Yeah, doing penance with an natty, yeah. It's so fucking good. And then you weave void shields in there because they both proc a void shield. Because yeah, like that, double void shield. A triple void shield. How many void shields in a row can I get? Do you think this next one procs a void shield? It didn't, but he killed himself on my void shield. I'm fucking void shielding here. I really need fucking Holy Nova on my resource thing. I'm about to put it on my action bar on the right here so I can see the cooldown. Making sure video is lovely. True. Let's go spellbook. Give me Holy Nova. Just put it right there so I can see its cooldown. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I require a target. I do not have a target.
The fuck is this red pillar? Don't check DMs. Okay. Should I be concerned? I actually find their tooltips like so hard to find, or the nameplates kind of hard to click. Bluetooth daggers. I think the point is she's not autoing. She's like just not attacking. Like she's just standing there AFK, not helping me. Like a bitch. Not like Clan and even check that. I check my DMs all the time, man. At least once a month. This is my GG Bandit started Africa, yeah. It despawned? Huh? You fucking kidding me? Don't say deserved. Do not say deserved. That was not deserved. I did nothing wrong. Stop blinking out of the arena! Hello? Game? release ready. No, it's absolutely not release ready, and they've never claimed it to be.
I need to target something first.
Blair, get out of the fucking dog shit. And she's back to being AFK. So did you get for playing Holy last year? I mean, I could have rerolled Prez. Is that what you wanted? I don't. What is the point of this red pillar in the middle? I don't. I'm confused. Am I supposed to be using this for something? Do I like stand on it? Do you see me? I'm so fucking stupid. Now I have to do the fucking fight again, man. God damn it. No, the server went down. No. Fucking hell, man. I just wanted to finish that delve. I'm gonna have to redo the whole fucking delve now. Oh, fuck, man. I just got that guy to reset twice, and then the server died. I broke the server by standing on it, yeah. Oh. Also, and then I look at the fucking disconnect, and then I look over and I have a DM from Umbricus saying the light has abandoned us. Disc Priest 2026. Disc Priest game breaking confirmed, yeah. It was the big red do not press the button that restarts the... I mean, dude, I have no idea what it was. It's just like the fucking red pillar barrel just sitting in the center of the room that spawns when you pull the boss. I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be. Do you use it for something in the fight? Like, I don't know. Someone's panicking at Blizzard right now. Okay, so let's go back to the document while we wait for servers. Oh, not the be right back food. The document. Okay. So we were in the middle of talking about Ultimate Penitence. The list. Let's see. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Options. So, do we want to mention that it's odd to compete with Barrier? Barrier. Potentially place it as a... I mean, okay. Would people be happier with it on a choice node with Evangelism? Like, ignoring the Shadow Fiend stuff. Does it make more sense to have it be a choice node with something else? Because the only, like, literally the only, you're not going to get it independent of a choice node. It's like they are not going to allow that. Part of this whole change is to reduce access to number of atonements. So does it make more sense to be here against Barrier, to be here against Evangelism, or see if we could somehow convince them to do the weird shit where they put it next to Shadow Fiend and then have 2 points that independently change based on what you're talenting into? Barrier choice node with Paints Up. Go fuck yourself. So you think it makes more sense to be a choice node with evangelism? So the problem is, if it's a choice node with evangelism, it has to work independent of evangelism. Like, because right now, like, the only really way you use it is like after going into an evang. Like, you would talent into this and then evang to ramp up and then uppies. Like, if you have them together, they have to change uppies to work independent of evangelism. Like, it just has to have overloaded with light built in. You don't want it to be a choice node with evang. Okay, so if you're, what is your alternative if you don't? Like, I get you agree with what I'm saying, but if you had it your way, where would you put it? Would you just put it separate and it's just an extra button you can get for free? There's no alternative, it's doomed. Okay. Barrier with evang and you always get uppies. I don't think the barrier with evang and you always get uppies makes sense, because uppies is just not like, evang is more of our like iconic cooldown, and they probably want to keep evang on its own. I don't know, maybe they would do that, but move uppies to inner light capstone, put barrier choice node with pain sup on a dude. I don't want barrier and pain sup. That's such a bad decision. You're really gonna make me pick between 2 charges of pain sup or a fucking barrier? Does it make sense? Name a single other class that has their external. Like, does fucking Resto Druid have Iron Bark or you get Power Word Barrier? Like, that doesn't make sense. Disc Priest should be a support class like AUG. Change my mind. I will ban you. No, but Resto Druid doesn't have Power Barrier. But my point is, like, no one else has a here's your external button, but you can turn it into a raid cooldown if you want. Like, why wouldn't you always do that? That just feels bad. Like, sure, you'll take pain sup on fights where you can't use barrier well if it's spread, but like any realistic scenario where you can actually put a barrier down, you're just taking barrier, and then you don't get to play with pain sup. And pain sup is incredibly fun and strong. Like, power barrier too bad now on God. That's a take. Get my day on Harshaton. Oh, that's good. That's good. If the Shadow Fiend uppies is not possible, I'm not gonna say it's not possible. Like, we clearly showed that it's possible. There's an alternative. There's a, like, they put it, or they do that on the Druid tree. It's not impossible, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to convince them to do that. That, like, I can bring up concerns about uppies, but that's not an easy, like, if there's easy solutions to stuff, I'll bring it up, right? So, like, something like Greater Smite, as an example. That's one that I will propose the solution, right? Because it makes sense, it accomplishes the goal I'm talking about, right? I will straight up just say, like the idea, great node, really strong, but this should really be 4 seconds, not 2 seconds. So that way you have a chance to do, like, if a fight requires you to dispel, you don't want to punish the priest for having to interact with the encounter. So give us a little bit of a, a window where we can actually interact with what's going on around us and not just get permanently fucked. So that's just a really simple solution. But if we're going to say, well, uppies doesn't really make much sense there, so you should move it down here, but then you have to rework this and this to do completely different things. So you could turn this into this and this into that. Like, suddenly you're getting into this giant list of instructing the devs to do a whole bunch of specific things. And that's just not what's going to work. If they really want us to have 2 raid cities and that's it, then there's no choice. It has to be a node with evang. I'm not 100% convinced it needs to not. Like, I understand thematically they're very different, but I don't think that's an issue. Like, you could argue, I think the bigger issue is that uppies doesn't really do anything without having access to evangelism, because you need the atonement ramp. But I think you can very easily argue like the choice node. Like imagine if these were both 3-minute CDs, right? Like you have a 3-minute CD in Uppies and a 3-minute CD in Power and Barrier. Uppies is a 3-minute CD for more raw throughput, whereas Barrier that also works on spread groups, whereas Barrier is a 3-minute CD on stacked fights that is focused on DR. Like, I think the bigger problem on Ultimate Penitence is A, the cooldown, and B, the fact that it's reliant on also being combined with a mass atonement applicator because it needs atonement on everybody to do anything. Like, in a realistic scenario in Raid, you're never picking Uppies as long as it's there. Why not? There's plenty of fights where you couldn't drop barriers. There's plenty of fights where barrier was not easily used or not good value, where you could easily take a fucking button. Like if they took yeah, Plexus Sentinel, great example. I'm gonna explode, yeah. But if they took Ultimate Penitence and made Ultimate Penitence a 2 or 3 minute cooldown, make it a fucking 3-minute cooldown, make it a strong 3-minute cooldown, and combine, like, either give it overloaded with light or just make it apply 20 atonements for the duration of the fucking channel. Like, the channel is over 6 seconds, make it apply 6 seconds of atonement to the whole raid. And make it a 3-minute cooldown. That way, it's just a strong, independent button. You press the button, everybody gets covered in atonement, it does its thing, and then it's done, and it's just on a 3-minute cooldown. It's not tied to needing to be ramped into, it's not tied into needing to be combined with evangelism, it's just its own button. But if you make Uppies apply 20 atonements, why not name it Halo and make it outwardly traveling rank for you? Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to be serious, man. Fuck off with the Halo applies atonement. But do you get what I mean? Like, I don't think the fact that they're different has to be they don't belong next to each other. Like, they would theoretically fill different roles. One would be good in spread fights, one would be good in stack. One is raw throughput, one is DR. Like, that's a fine decision to make. Yeah, exactly. One of the feeling feedbacks was, are there healing spells you still feel like you must have a bunch of specific criteria met to effectively use the spell? That is the case with Uppies. Uppies requires way too much, like it is not a button you could just press and get good value out of. So if they made the button, what degen gameplay are you talking about? Like if they made it just a standalone, you press the button, it applies 6 seconds of atonement to everybody, it heals everybody, and then it's just done on a 3-minute cooldown. What's the degen gameplay loop? I don't really care about that, to be perfectly honest. Random people can fucking run Ultimate Penitence if they care about padding the fucking beaters, and I'll run Barrier if it's better. I don't think community interaction in regards to forcing them to pit, like I don't think that's a concern. That's a community problem, not a game design problem. Degen gameplay is never picking Barrier since Uppies is going to do healing and Barrier won't. But there's perfectly good value. Like there's perfectly good reasons to run either. I mean, I think the bigger problem, like something we're not even talking about, is the fact that since damage is being made to be way flatter, Barrier arguably could become significantly worse. Like that's just a different concern. You could argue Barrier needs to have its DR increased now to compensate for the flatter damage profiles. Because if we're just dealing with rot profiles and we're rotting through, like, over the duration of Barrier, we're rotting through fucking 30% of our HP, that's not much of a DR. Uppies feels like it has only gotten worse since its inclusion. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, losing access to the cooldown reduction made it feel like shit. Now we're losing access to Overload with Light. They're just taking a mid cooldown and making it worse and worse every time. I'm gonna try restarting this, see if I can get back in. I don't know. I think what I'm gonna do for now. Do that to Lenience? No. Lenience is different because Lenience is not tied to a cooldown. Lenience is tied to general atonement uptime, which is being increased by a significant amount this patch. Like your ability to just generally apply atonements is going up between Void Shield applying 3 atonements per cast and being an entirely separate cooldown, and Radiance access to significantly higher Radiance CPM because of Evangelism. So you don't want to fuck with Lenience. Lenience is already probably too good as is. That's just a passive. Like, if you had a button that was like applying or like activating Lenience for a period of time, sure, but it's just permanent. That's plenty fine as a permanent. That's going to cut out a lot of damage over the course of a fight. The problem is barrier's tied to a 3-minute cooldown and damage is being reduced significantly. Numerically, it's in a good spot from what you're saying on Alpha, but it doesn't do anything on its own. Yeah. So I think the easiest thing right now, even if it doesn't make sense where it is, I think we don't have enough of a reason other than because it sounds weird to want it moved. Right? Like, I agree. It's odd being against barrier. I don't disagree with that. But I don't think we have a good enough reason to go to Blizzard. Does it fit Lorelai's 1 shields, 1 heals? Shut up. I don't think we have a good enough reason to go to Blizzard and be like, this should be moved. So I think what we do is we focus on how to make it a good button before we care about where it is in the tree. So just focusing on, why did this, I fucking hit launch. Hello? Launch the game. So what do we need to see it do to make it a good button? Servers are still down. 3-minute and applies 20 atonements, or minute 30 doesn't apply atonements. Would you rather have it be a spell that is augmented? Like, would you rather have it like, so if you do the doesn't apply atonements is not a minute 30 cooldown, all that means is your evangelism rotation is now evang into uppies. I just sent it natty defensive. Sure. I think making it be a standalone cooldown is better. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I feel like the 3-minute applies to 20 atonements for 6 seconds is just better. Because then that removes any issue of it like having to interact with evangelism. Bacon, yeah, I mean, it could just be baked and overloaded with light, or I'm just saying, like, it could just do the whole raid instead of just overloaded with light. Yeah, I mean, is it? Maybe. I don't fucking... Yeah, it probably is. You're right. Yeah, sorry, I meant no evang. I meant not having to interact with evang. Because the problem is the second you make it so that it doesn't apply atonements, you're stuck with a button that does a bunch of damage that doesn't have any way of having atonement set up for it, which means if you want 20-man coverage, you need evangelism. Like, overloaded with light is fine, right? Because then you could radiance uppies, and that's a perfectly valid ramp. Yeah, I mean, they could also make it so that everyone in the raid has atonement for the duration. Like that's basically what I was saying. But that's just like overloaded with light. But instead of the radiance, or instead of the atonements lingering, they just only last the duration of the uppies. But I think overloaded with light is probably reasonable instead of saying full coverage, because that still just gives you radiance uppies as a standalone. Because then our ramps would basically be radiance uppies, or evang radiance DPS buttons, right? Which those seem reasonable. Is too OP for this economy? Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're probably not wrong. I don't disagree with that. Okay, we're gonna remove the odd placement. We're just gonna leave it where it is for now. I don't think arguing for it to be moved, we'd have a good enough argument. I just don't like having to use evang and uppies all the time. Yeah, I agree. That is the primary thing that I'm trying to avoid, right? Because I don't want uppies to be stuck in a position where it has no atonement application built in, but requires atonement to be out to be useful. Therefore, you have to combine uppies with evangelism. I do not like that. I don't want uppies to just be the button you press after evang. Check all healer CDs and what they do compared. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you can put all that in a spreadsheet, I would love to fucking see it. That's something I was probably going to do at some point, but that would be super valuable. Just like what the cooldown is, what the name is, the cooldown, its spell power, etc. That would be super fucking useful. I'd probably send that over to Volk too, and he'd love it too. Reduce to 2 to 3 minutes. Would we prefer 3 minutes but on the strong side, or 2 minutes and slightly weaker? Probably easier to argue for 3 minutes, to be honest. I think I'm just going to put 3 minutes for now. Where's your access, good sir? You forgot to send me the bribe in the mail, unfortunately. Be awkward with evang 90 seconds. Well, I mean, part of the idea here is that it would be completely independent of using it with evang, so... Like, yeah, you could make the argument of, like, if you're trying to evang on cooldown, then trying to fit it in, but, like, it should be entirely separate. So it shouldn't really matter where your evangs are, because you're not trying to line them up at all. In the mail where the photo's not enough? What the fuck, Jack? I think I'm going to put it on 3 minutes for now. If it was 3 minutes, then you'd still line it up with evang, don't you think? Not if it also applies atonement. Like, the only thing evang does at this point is enable full atonement coverage. But if you have overloaded with light baked into uppies, there's no reason to combine it with evangelism, because it's just munching a bunch of the value of evangelism itself. Right? Like, there's no reason to pop evangelism, spam a bunch of radiances. Like, if you're popping evangelism to cast 2 radiances and then uppies, why are you popping evangelism? Like, you can already just cast 2 radiances and then uppies without evangelism. That's evangelism isn't enabling anything there. you could make the argument in like a 30-man heroic or something where you would evangelism 4 radiances into uppies for 30. But in a 20-man raid environment where we're trying to design around primarily, there's no value in radiancing or into evangelisming into uppies if overloaded with light is built in. Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be 100% correct. Just a general overview is helpful. I'm not expecting you to build a full sheet on everything. I mean, I think that's fine, right? Like, I think these 2 points would make it significantly better and feel way better to use with this version of Disc. Literally just make it a 3-minute CD and have it bake in Overloaded with Light. This suddenly becomes a strong cooldown that you really only need to double rad into. So you would double rad uppies. It makes it a strong 3-minute cooldown. I think this is fine. With Overloaded with Light baked in, there's no reason to combine it with Evangelism. 3 minutes gives you 2 solid uses every fight. I think this is fine. What do I want to talk about next? The server's still not back up? I want to be fucking questing, man. Still down. I think if they did this, people would take it sometimes, but if they left it as the default choice, left it as is, the default choice would always be barrier. Yeah, I mean, as is, it's bad. Like, it needs to be fixed somehow. I don't think they can leave uppies as is. If they leave uppies as is, you're just always talenting into barrier. And fights that you just can't barrier, you would just talent into uppies and just defensive it without atonement, I guess. Well, no, if they leave it as is, you would just use it with evangelism. Just one of your evangs would just be an uppies evang. But yeah, I don't think they can leave it as is. You would just always take barrier when you could, which is unfortunate because I think uppies is a very fun and cool spell. So I don't want to. I'm kind of disappointed that since they've added it, they've kind of been beating it down when it's never really been that insane. Okay. Do I want to tackle Evang yet? I don't think so. I need to think about Evang more. I think Evang is something I fill in last. This one specifically is in high overheal environments or situations where disc is slightly overtuned. Players at max HP. Not counting against the atonement over 5 target scaling. And potentially get out of control when considering piety. You're effectively already top players, but that increased overhealing results in piety, which helps top other players, which further increases the atonement scaling. So I'm not really sure what the solution to this is. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. I don't know. I'm not really sure what the solution to this is. I have a feeling this gets really bad in like farm, or if disc ever has a tier where it's just really overpowered or really overtuned. Especially Void Weaver with so much power in Void Blast. Made even worse by Greater Smite. Is heavily punished by significant movement. The new Evang forcing you to spam radiances also makes this issue worse, where previous ramp up windows consisted of mostly instant casts. Giving disc access to priest access to some sort of snap teleport mobility. Drastically reduce our reliance on constant rescues or spatial paradox from evokers to manage fight requirements. It's not enjoyable to feel like you need to be carried around and babied to manage the movement requirements of these encounters. Drastic lack of mobility options we have compared to everyone else. Vault of the Heavens, but it works like Heroic Leap. Yeah, that's an option. I don't know if I want to tackle the lack of agency thing. That's going to be a long one. Let me reload the server, see if it allows me in. Time to go to bed. Please fix disk by morning. I don't know if I can do that. I think you've put unrealistic expectations on me. Alpha is still down. All right. I think I might stop here for tonight because it's already almost 10 o'clock for me and servers are still down. And on top of servers still being down, I think the other points I want to think about a little bit more before I do anything. So I don't want to just immediately start vomiting some stuff up about these last couple. I need to think about evangelism is the main thing. I need to think about what I want for evangelism. This one, I know what to talk about, but this is just a lot of stuff to type, so. But I don't know. Alpha's been down for quite a while already, so I don't know if I want to just keep sitting here waiting for Alpha to go down. And if I'm going to just sit here and think about evangelism for hours, I'm not going to make you guys wait for me while I just sit here silent. So I think I might turn off stream for tonight. And I've got a little bit of Icy Vein stuff to do tomorrow. I have to be ready because the Legion Remix stuff comes out next week. So I have to make sure the guide's all in a good place and get the Legion Remix stuff up. But outside of that, I will absolutely probably turn the stream back on tomorrow and do more alpha shit. Goal will be finish leveling and do some dungeons. I want to do actual combat stuff. I'm going to try to go do that raid boss, and I'm going to try to do dungeons. So yeah, because I need like actual logs and I need to see what combat actually feels like before I post anything. I refuse to post any of this stuff until I actually have felt what this stuff feels like. So But yeah, I think for now I'm gonna go to bed. Well, not go to bed, but be done with stream. So feel free to tune back in tomorrow. I don't know what time. I will say something in Discord when I go live, probably. Or just make sure you're following and you'll get the notification there. But yeah, I think I'm done for tonight. If servers were back up, I'd keep going, but I'm not going to sit here and just wait for servers to come back up. So GG's. Good night, guys. If you think of anything for evangelism, feel free to DM me and I'll take a look. But yep, good night.